All right, guys, let us begin. Hello. I got that cute picture of the day wallpaper going on. Look at these adorable babies. I don't even know what these are. I think these are otters, maybe, but they might be beavers actually. You should probably take my Canadian card from me because I don't know if they're beavers or not, which is obviously, you know, unforgivable. Um okay. Yeah. Oh my God, cute. Yes, they are adorable. All right, so I have titled today's stream Mega Mondays because that I want to do this thing where I am going to react. I don't know why KDE does not keep my microphone. Um, is that an okay volume? I feel like it probably should be. I turned the microphone volume down because I don't want it to be too loud. You checking you Sup, you checking you rhetorically defective, also cute. Mike, you seem fine. Oh yeah, well, okay, I'm glad it sounds good because I think before I heard it was way too bloody loud. Okay. So now let's go to YouTube because we are going to have a check-in with our good friends to start off the day at Fox News. Let's see what's going on over here. Dems blast global strategy and foreign policy. A lot of this is about Iran. Interesting. Crackdown on illegal immigration. Thune responds to Dem threats on DHS funding and after ICE shooting. I mean, we already know what they're going to be saying in terms of the Republican stuff or in terms of the ICE stuff, but damn, this is an hour long. Heat towards ICE. Oh, this is a panel. New video gives insights into deadly Minneapolis shooting as unrest spreads. Oh God, I might just get so triggered if I watch this. Minneapolis on edge as National Guards on standby to deploy after fatal shooting. I might watch this one actually. Let's watch this one. I don't know if I want to watch Iran. Fox News Patriot membership. Jesus. Okay. Oh God, the Five. This is like one of those panel shows. I think there's one lib lady that's on this one of these shows too. The Dems put on blast. Get triggered, feel the burn. Lol. I mean, I could. Gutfeld. Oh God. No wonder we stopped reproducing. The food pyramid gets flipped. Jesse Waters. This is an all-out attack on law enforcement. Oh, geez. Very precarious. Every situation is different in immigration enforcement, border patrol chief. If this isn't harassment, what it? Oh God. Okay. Let's see what they let's just see what they have to say. This is from a couple days ago. Actually, wait, hold on. What have we got? Let's just go over to their latest videos. 26 minutes ago. Trump briefed on Iran options amid deadly strikes. Oh, also, speaking of Mega World, Chase sent me something really interesting. Let me just grab that. Just like as a general update on the Mega infighting. We don't need them. We don't like them. Trump says MAGA has no room for anti-Semites. Oh shit. Although, I mean, the strongest anti-Semites are not in MAGA. Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, none of these people are like MAGA necessarily anymore. Oh, thank you for the sub. Oh, also, I just want to give a huge shout out, although I don't know if he's here, to Scooter Gecko for changing his Patreon sub to $50 to the $50 a month tier. That is super nice of him. And I thank him very much for that. And also today I will I will set up the Kick stuff, although I don't know if any of you guys are interested in subbing there, but we are inching ever closer to our 500 sub goal. And if I get there, then yeah. I mean, I should actually make a goal in Streamlabs and put it up on the screen. That would be great. I don't know if the Streamlabs goals even work, but you know what? Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should create a YouTube subscriber goal on Streamlabs. But first, let's have a look at this. US President Donald Trump says there is no room in his MAGA movement or the Republican Party for anti-Semites. Oh, why is this video playing? Ah. I think we don't need them. I think we don't like them. You think? Okay, whatever. Trump tells the New York Times in an interview last week, whose full transcript was published on Sunday, asked if he condemns those in the conservative movement who have been espousing anti-Semitic views. Trump says certainly. If we talk about the anti-Semitic views, there's been nobody better for us. As an example, I just got the Israel Award. What the hell is the Israel Award? Oh, God. Which is the biggest award they give. It was just given to me. First time ever given to anybody outside of Israel. Oh, my God. This is peak narcissism, by the way. Oh, hey, Barabbas. Peak narcissism. The first, Donald Trump thinks about how anti-Semites are bad, and the first example that he comes up with is, oh my God, they just gave me an award because I'm the greatest person ever, and they love me, and because they love me, we can't be mean to them. Like, what? You could just talk about like Israel and how like they share intelligence with America, how they are like, or they used to be, I guess. I don't know how well they're doing now. A generally pretty good democracy in the Middle East, how they're like a good ally to the United States, you know, how like all the benefits that you get from them. Wow, congrats on the award, Kalinda. Yes. Oh, did you guys give me the Israel award? It's just ridiculous. Like, I don't think Trump understands anything about any of this. He's just like, well, you know, Bibi said nice things about me, and as such, I love Israel. Oh, God. Okay. Asked if he'll condemn the far-right shock jock and Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes, Trump says he doesn't know who he is. One of the interviewers reminded him that he dined with Fuentes along with Kanye West in 2022. I had dinner with him one time where he came as a guest of Kanye West. I didn't know who he was bringing, he said. He said, do you mind if I bring a friend? I said, I don't care. And it was Nick Fuentes. I don't know Nick Fuentes. Jesus. Trump is then pressed on Paul Ingrassia, who he appointed Deputy General Counsel of the General Services Administration, even after a series of his offensive text messages, including one espousing sympathy for Nazism, were made public. I don't know that. It's possible. I have thousands of people working there. I just want to say, you know how like in all the Destiny debates or in a lot of other debates, we often get the I don't know, or like I don't know about that one. I feel like all of these people got that shit from Trump because that's how he responds anytime he is confronted with something that he doesn't have an answer for. He just goes, "Whoa, oh." It's kind of insane, honestly, that would be his response, given that he's the president of the United States. Like, it's one thing for some random moron online to not know the answer to a thing, but yeah, he totally knows who Fuentes is, and he remembers him. I could have swore that I think, does anyone know if Fuentes said anything about that dinner? Because I feel like he must have. I feel like he must have, like, provided his own sort of thing about it. If Monday is for MAGA, Tuesday is for TDS. No, Tuesday is for tankies or stupid leftists. Although there was another one that I wanted to do that I think yeah, yes, Trump blew Fuentes under the table. I mean, yeah. Wait, oh, is that what Fuentes said? Tuesday is for tacos. Did Fuentes just say Trump was really nice to him and complimented him a lot? I mean, I bet Fuentes probably complimented Trump a lot because that was before he turned on him. Okay. I have a daughter who's married to a Jewish person. My daughter happens to be Jewish. Beautiful. 3 grandchildren are Jewish. I'm very proud of them. I'm very proud of that whole family. I'm the least anti-Semitic person probably there is anywhere in the world, he adds. Oh my God. I can't. All he can think of is personal anecdotes. I thought it was Nick blowing Trump. That I could believe. At least at the time. I just, I can't do it. I can't believe that this is America's president. I feel so bad for all my American friends. And also, I guess, like, because I'm half American, quote unquote, because my mom's American. I just feel, it's just, Trump to be awarded next Israel Prize, the country's top honor. This is from December 30th, 2025, which means that he probably already got it. Jesus. Trump just loves getting things. Oh, speaking of, if we're going to do MAGA Mondays, Truth Social Trump, we got to check in. We got to check in on Donnie. What's Donnie been saying? I'm the one who saved NATO, President DJT. Jesus Christ. I don't know how much of this I can take, you guys. I don't know, man. You're half Yankee? Oh, now I understand why half your tanks are cocked. Unsubscribe. Oh, good one, short stack goblin. I mean, honestly, I'm seriously considering it because you know what? I love Canada, but I also love America. I think America is a great country. There are some problems with it, but like, some of those things I don't necessarily mind as much as other foreigners do. Like, I don't have a problem with the Second Amendment, and I feel like a lot of issues related to gun violence in America could probably be solved without taking away everybody's guns. Like, I think there's probably tons of shit that one could do. Now, obviously, I imagine, or at least some of this is SDA rubbing off on me because he makes compelling arguments, and he's a very good friend of mine. But, like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. You want me to make you a clip of Nick Fuentes recounting the whole Trump encounter in the MAGA Mondays thread? Oh, yeah, to put one. Yes, absolutely, please. Hello, Scooter Gecko. Now that you're here, I just want to say thank you for upgrading your membership. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. I'm really glad that you did that. That's so nice of you. I'm getting so much closer to like monetization and stuff. I don't know if I'll and then I'll probably I'm gonna try to focus more on branching out and whatnot. Like I said, like I think I'm trying to get back on Destiny stream. If I can get in front of DGG, if I can like get Destiny to moderate a debate between me and like Lactoid or something about Ukraine, then that would be like hella awesome. And if I can manage to do well in that debate against him, then that would also be really good. Also, I'm going to I want to debate Ash of Creativity again as well, armed with all my new immigration research that SDA basically that SDA injected into my veins, because that a lot of that stuff is what I thought. But yeah, thought that was great. Oh, thank you. You put that stuff in MAGA Mondays. Okay, let's see here. Oh, here we go. Based pill? Oh God. Let's see what old Nick has to say.
Here's what I want to go
appointee for the Trump administration.
Okay, here's where I want to go here. You brought up Trump. You famously had a meeting with Trump, allegedly. I'll let you talk about this. Well,
By the way, I just want to say I cannot stand this motherfucker. Um, goddamn. This is the same guy who runs the what is it, the Valuetainment podcast. Lactoid is actually learning Russia so he can simp harder. His Russian is getting better than mine. Damn. You know what? We'll have to ask Ukrainian Anna how good Lactoid's Russian is. I was born in Moscow. Oh, I didn't know that, Short Stack Goblin. Lactoid is such a fucking traitor. I agree, Barabbas. I mean, Jesus, he loves Russia so much. He works for BPD. Yeah, the Patrick Bet David yeah, his podcast. Adam is a co-owner. Oh, that's what this guy's name was. I actually completely forgot about what these people's names were or whatever. I gotta tell you also, there's I think it's called Valor Media. They're the ones that Counterpoints works for. And their whole goal is to be a group of veterans who don't cuck out to Trump and like the dumb red pill shit and actually like provide a better, more like wholesome, positive space for young men, which I think is cool, and I hope that that is successful. Because although Connor is not on the left, I do think he's a reasonable conservative, and I wish that the Republican, like, if the opposition was like him, that would be based. That would be so nice, because then we could go back to having normal debates about shit. You know, like I probably, obviously I disagree with Connor on things, but at least he's like, you know, he's a cool dude. He is holding a pen, so I trust him. Wait, hold on. One sec. Now I'm holding a pen. Look. I'm going to hold this pen now. And I'm probably going to fiddle with it for the rest of the stream. It's your fault! I mean, somebody was kind of making a joke about that, so... Cringe. Listen, Sans, do you trust me now? Look! Look at my pen, isn't it beautiful? Nice try, but cringe. God damn it. Wow, Kalinda is now an expert. I need to make sure to hold up this pen whenever I do segments or whenever I comment on shit where I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And then you guys can take that as a as like, you know, as a sign that I'm actually not an expert in anything, or in the thing that I'm talking about at least. I do have to say though, how very learned of you to hold a pen. I actually, in some ways, and I know people will say this, like, Destiny obviously has trouble admitting when he was wrong, like a lot of people do, but I do appreciate the fact that if he doesn't know about a thing, he'll just come out and say, I don't fucking know, or I don't know anything about this, or keep in mind, I don't know anything about this before he comments on something, or before he, like, kind of makes a guess. And, like, I appreciate that, because in a lot of ways I did kind of learn that from him. Oh god, it's even worse. I didn't realize. I think I got this pen when I was working at Best Buy. They kind of were handing them out. Look at it. Look at what it says on it. It says Microsoft. Oh, hey, Sony. It's a Microsoft pen. Now I feel even more disgusted, Microslop. Uber cringe, true. I mean, Listen, we're still Linux users over here. Okay, let's go.
Two stories here. If you don't pull up that clip, and then we'll tell this. So regarding Trump, regarding politics, but more specifically regarding Kanye, you mentioned Milo earlier. November 2nd, 2022, Donald Trump.
Sometimes Destiny will admit that he was wrong or he'll walk things back, but he doesn't do it very, because like, you know, we're all like hard-headed or whatever. I will try to admit when I'm wrong. If I don't, like, you all should yell at me. Generally speaking, I feel like I do, or like I'll just caveat things hardcore because there is lots of stuff. But if I get a historical fact wrong, especially, yeah. It's only micro because it's soft. Trust me. God damn it, Jane Socks. No, he'll do it 2 months later. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, no. Of course he's really stubborn, you know. Anyway, and I mean, in some ways, I have to say, like, I don't even necessarily think saying that he's somewhat of a narcissist isn't necessarily wrong either. At least in the sense that, like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I've seen him admit to some of his faults, though. Like his breakup with Melina and stuff. Like, he definitely knew that at least part of that was down to him. And he also said that it was because of their age differences as well, that really didn't work out. But the other thing was that, fuck, there was something else that I was going to say that I don't think was really related to Destiny. And now I can't remember what it was. Hardcore debate core. Yeah, true. Ultimate debate core. Fuck it. If I remember it, I'm just going to keep playing
Trump
this.
hosted yourself and Kanye. At the time, you were Kanye's campaign manager, I want to say?
No, I was comms director. Well,
Communications director.
potentially. I was perspective.
Wasn't Milo his campaign manager? I feel like that was it. And then there was one other person that was part of that I don't remember.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I think.
You were working with Kanye.
Right.
Formally or informally?
Informal. Well, informal.
Was he paying you at all?
Yeah, I was being
Okay,
paid.
so that's pretty formal. You guys had dinner at Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence here in Florida. The meeting was at Kanye's request. West said that Trump was really impressed with Nick Fuentes. Trump released a statement after
Nick Fuentes.
the fact, contacting him earlier in the week to arrange the visit. West, quote unquote, unexpectedly showed up with three of his friends who I knew nothing about, with who Trump dined. The dinner was quick and uneventful. Trump further elaborated several days later that he met with West to help a seriously troubled man who just happens to be black, who has been decimated by his business and his virtually everything else in his life. Then you've got Kanye, recently allowed back on Twitter, I want to say. Elon Musk unbans the account of Kanye West. Yay. Kanye.
By the way, this is from 2 years ago. What the fuck am I doing? Why are we watching this at? Also, you know what else I hate about this podcast? Is the fact that this fucking guy, the host, he yaps way too much. It takes him forever to like let the guests answer questions. He just loves to hear the sound of his own voice.
Kanye, when you see this, we're calling you Yay, bro.
Yay.
As he pledges to make.
Oh, now I remember what I was gonna say. You guys, no one wants to debate Loner Box. That is why. Oh yeah, I mean, no one really does seem to want to. Like, Sargon sure as fuck don't want to. Assange certainly doesn't. I think it's hilarious that people actually think there's a chance that Hassan would ever talk to Loner Box. He won't, because he knows he doesn't know anything. He won't do it. He knows that Loner debates, and he's seen that Loner has made like long form video content about the history of Israel Palestine. Oh yeah, I know Teuton wants to, but that's because that Teuton doesn't know very much. But he's, you know what? I'll at least give it to Teuton that he's at least willing to talk to other people. It's a shame that he doesn't actually take what he learns to heart, and then he just kind of, yeah. Because people are scared of Loner since he actually has an aura of being a knower. Yeah, he has an aura, and he is a knower. Because he's actually like read full books on this stuff, you know? Whereas like Teuton doesn't have any stakes at all. Like, what Teuton is doing commands some respect, at least. Yeah, and also the fact that he's basically fine with, like, 1v5ing or 1v10ing, like, a fuckload of people who just come into Lonerbox's Discord room in order to, like, harp on him and ask him questions. You know, which is funny. And he doesn't, like, although I feel like, I bet that every time Sev shows up to say something, Teuton just kind of probably groans inwardly because he knows that he's about to get told off for being a fucking moron who said something exceedingly stupid, which is fucking awesome. Anyway, I remember what I was going to say now, and then we'll get back to this. Yeah, that was a massive problem with LB. Way too many morons with PV privs. Oh, you think so? I mean, like, I don't even think that many people have it. But has Sundowner ever interacted with Tuton? Yeah, of course he has. Sundowner did interact with him. I think Sundowner came in to scold him over the fact that that Tutom was like praising Hassan Nasrallah. Oh, and he also came in to kind of like poke fun at him for believing in the fatwas that the Ayatollahs put out, like the ones that they put out, like saying that they were against violence or whatever. Because I suspect Sundowner has probably read a lot of these things, and yeah. I mean, he definitely has. He's definitely read like a lot of crazy radical things. One of my favorite is is like when Dan was on stream talking about the Twitch ban thing, and then it got off topic and they started talking about the Houthis, and Sundowner linked Loner the like a clip from it was something for it was like the Al Houthis sermons or something, like a book of them that people in Yemen read, and he linked it to Lonerbox, and Loner was kind of like looking at it, and he got down to the comments section. It was all in Arabic, and Sev was on stream with Sundowner, and Sev was like, bro, these comments are fucking unhinged. And then they read some of them out. Like about how based Al Houthi was and shit. Yeah, I think Sundowner probably just likes to read a lot of like ridiculously crazy, unhinged like Islamic shit. Even though Sundowner is Christian, or at least his family is. Oh, hello, Feline Goblin. Hey, Chase. I think it was the Arabic version of the protocol. Well, it was something written by Al Houthi, and yeah, it was full of anti-Semitic shit. Anyway, fuck. I remember what I was going to say before. Somebody commented in Loner's chat that I might have like imposter syndrome. I have the video on Somalia already, and I'm so scared to publish it because I'm scared that I said something wrong in there, and that I'm gonna like be putting wrong things there, or like I'm kind of afraid to like, yeah. And someone mentioned that was like imposter syndrome or whatever, like that I'm not necessarily good enough, or that I feel like I'm not as good as the rest of all these other people, you know, like I lack self-confidence. I do wish Lonerbox would write down what books and resources he's looked at. Maybe if I remember to, next time I talk to him, I will suggest that he should do that. I remember Sundowner called to brag about Israel bombing the Shiites to Teuton, I think. Yeah, he may have done that too. Yeah, I don't know. Well, the rest of these are holding pens. You obviously have imposter syndrome. That's not even a question. What is imposter syndrome? Imposter syndrome, or imposter phenomenon, imposter syndrome, is a psychological experience in which a person suffers from a feeling of intellectual and/or professional fraudulence. One source defines it as the subjective experience of perceived self-doubt in one's abilities and accomplishments compared to others, despite evidence to suggest the contrary. Oh, okay, yeah, that's about right. Yeah. You know, it's because I'm new at this, and I don't necessarily have the greatest self-esteem, and so I'm just kind of like, bro. Like, it's funny. I thought that all the insults and all the other shit would bother me way more, but it doesn't really. Like, going on Twitter and having people insult my appearance, or think that I'm trans, or call me an auntie, or say that I'm 50, or like, I don't care about any of that shit. Like, that shit's silly, but it doesn't bother me. I mean, to be fair, you can feel unconfident without having a neurological condition, to be clear. Yeah, I know, I'm aware. I don't necessarily know if that's what this is or not. I mean, I've kind of felt like this about lots of other things too. Like, I often feel like, oh, you know, I can't do that, or yeah. But I mean, it seems like this is working. Sundowner also told Sev that you Kafar Casimoids live in caves when Sev was complaining about bomb shelters. Oh my God. Yes, Chase, I know. Just hold a pen. But no, it's okay. I like yapping. And you know what? How about this? I need to make a thumbnail for that video, and then I can publish it, and I already know what the thumbnail is going to look like. So can I like ask you guys after I get done with stream to fucking like DM me or at me in my Discord and just pester me until, and like, to post the fucking video? Like, all of you can just keep doing it, because there's so much, like, there's so many segments that I have. I also have the first genocide debate that I did with Fire that I should post, because I edited that one too. And before that, I was also working on the debate with or the Holocaust segment, and I had started that one. I feel a little bit more confident posting that. But yeah, also, We Are Jerome Powell. Oh yeah, they started an did they unseal any indictments for that, guys? Because if they did, you should throw those at me. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to this because I just want to see.
To make X the most valuable financial institution in the world. Nick, make sense of what's going on. I mean, we saw Kanye go on rants that make you look like.
Oh, all right. None of the rest of this is probably. Does he talk about Trump and like his meeting with Trump? I don't think so. It sounds like the rest of this is all just.
Look like a JV squad of anti-Semitism. Like, he went there, full on. You met with Trump. You're a huge Trump fan. He sort of walked back to the meeting, right? He's like, yeah, I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. He unexpectedly showed up. Make sense of what the relationship is with Kanye, what happened with Trump, and what's really going on.
Tell us,
they had
Nick.
a dinner scheduled. I came out there to LA to work with the A on political stuff, and that was, so the dinner happened the Tuesday before Thanksgiving.
They reached out to you?
It was a long story how we got connected. It was through a couple of intermediaries to Ye, that is. And so I came out there maybe 4 or 5 days before the dinner. And the night before the dinner, we had a big session in the Donda headquarters, the Yeezy headquarters, and we were talking about politics and everything, and I really shined. They were fielding questions, and unsurprisingly, it wasn't even about those topics that Ye was talking about. It was actually about how do we deal with the issue of gay marriage. And I said, well, you don't attack gay marriage. I said, you promote traditional marriage instead. And anyway, so he loved that, and Ye invites me to go to the dinner with him the next day, and he thought it would be funny. He wanted to fly Spirit Airlines to the dinner.
Not the gays getting married. Oh, you know what? That's okay. Zed, that's okay. Bye, ZJM. I understand. I don't know. I'm probably just going to stream till Loner goes live. Which I'm not expecting to be until a little bit later, because he has that panel tonight. So I don't know if he's going to start streaming immediately. He might not even start till 1, honestly. I don't know. But we'll see. I say this, and then, like, just you watch. He's going to go live in half an hour so he can watch the Chud Logic debate with Pisco live. We might do that here too, by the way, but yeah.
He just thought that would be funny.
But thanks, JM.
He's like, I'm going to be the president on Spirit Airlines. Okay. Yeah, in coach.
Amy, you like that one?
It's pretty funny.
Okay.
Yeah, so we wound up, the reservation got messed up, and so we wound up flying United, though, and we got there. And I wasn't even expecting to be at the dinner, because I was told that I would probably be intercepted at some point, because maybe
you're on a no-fly list.
Well, not even necessarily that, but people are aware of me in the GOP, like Catalina Loft. They don't want me to have that level of access to the president. And so I thought, someone's going to intercept me. I'm not going to be able to sit down. But he came out at the Mar-a-Lago Club. He invited us to dine. And we sat down and we had the dinner. And it was relatively uneventful. I mean, the most newsworthy thing that came out of it is that Ye actually did ask him to be his running mate, because that was the thrust of the meeting. Is
Kanye asked Trump to be
his
so, like,
president.
Kanye would be the president.
Trump's pretty insulted by
And
Yes.
Trump. Read the room, Kanye.
Right.
My guy.
Well, once again, he thought that would be the funniest
Was
thing.
that tongue-in-cheek? Was that
I think he was
serious?
being serious, wasn't he?
Well, he thought it'd be funny, but it was also serious.
Now, did Trump know you were coming to the dinner?
No, he didn't know I was
Okay, so
coming.
it was unexpected.
There were
Now,
3 other people, though,
Was
too.
it, were you, I guess, how disappointed were you that Trump walked back the meeting with you?
I was actually pleasantly surprised, because I thought he would fully disavow, but he didn't fully disavow.
Okay.
He said
Now,
what he had to say.
You worked with Kanye. How long did you work with Kanye?
He's now fully disavowed. Lannis, guys, just stay. Guys should stay on marriage, just like Nick Fuentes is. You don't understand. He's just jealous of the married gays, while himself being an unmarried gay. Yeah, true. Honestly, I'm on that. I'm on, like, I don't even know how much evidence there is for this, but I accept that Fuentes is probably gay, and we're just gonna, like, keep rolling with that joke, because not only does he just seems to hate women, like, just completely. And he talks about them as if they are, like, terrible, and, like, he just doesn't like them at all. And on top, and, like, I also never really see him talking about hot women, really at all. Plus, like, he had that weird quote unquote date with that Catboy Cammy person, and I'm pretty sure that he was caught looking at trans porn on his phone or something linked to that, but I don't know if that's true. And it just. And, like, there's also all this weird shit about him and Catboys, and yeah, fuck that. I would rather, Okay, I think we've got it. Whatever. Maybe he'll talk about it more later, but I don't care enough. His mannerisms are very gay. He also played gay porn when he forgot to end stream. Oof. Wait, was that on his phone, or was that, like, something else? Okay, I did not. I was not aware of that. But mortgage rates sank to a 3-year low. after Trump's shock move. Oh, of course he's retweeting Daily Mail. Oh yeah, and then I saw this President Donald Trump, and then he posts this obviously like fake photo of him being the acting president of Venezuela. Jesus. Federal prosecutors launched new probe into AG Letitia James involving campaign payments to longtime president. Jesus, they are really digging to find stuff on her. The entrance to Mar-a-Lago. Oh wow, I'm sure. Yes. Oh, he's it looks like he mostly just retweets articles. The Gateway Pundit. StoneColdTruth.com. OAN. Stop the Netflix cultural takeover. Damn, is Trump gonna like step in and do something? Listen, I'll be completely honest with you guys. In some ways, I'm actually kind of glad that Netflix wants to buy Warner Brothers Discover, mostly because that I'm sick of, because that I hate the fact that we have 3 billion streaming things. Ah, he wrote a really long one. Should I get Truth Social and just go on there and antagonize MAGA people and see how long it takes before I get banned? Yeah, Fuentes has been mostly banned until recently from the GOP. Charlie Kirk was the whole subject of Groyper Wars 1, so he has been mostly distanced from the large GOP. Yeah, that's true, but now it feels like he's at least like inching his way back into the conservative movement. And I don't think that Trump realizes the extent to which a lot of people are against, or like a lot of young people in his party are against Israel and are like basically almost or just completely straight up Nazis, or at least young men. Okay, hold on. Is there anything else here? This is a disaster, Senator Graham. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Let's find out. What does he have to say? Oh, he's just gonna talk about Iran. Like we already know. Oh. Let's go. Let's go. These guys are going to talk about Ilhan Omar. Let's go.
More DHS agents expected on the ground in Minneapolis following last week's ICE shooting as protests across Minnesota rage on. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, though, defending ICE's actions and her team's assessment. Watch.
If you look at what the definition of domestic terrorism is, it completely fits the situation on the ground. This individual, as you saw in the video that we released just 48 hours after this incident.
Really? She was using violence in order to... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. We're gonna play the game that Destiny loves to play, which I learned from him. And I think maybe other people have been doing this. I don't know, but this is a fun game to play. What do we think she's gonna say? She's gonna say that that Renee Good is a domestic terrorist because that she tried to run this guy over with her car, and that therefore makes it violent and domestic terror. Yeah, because he has a hold on below 40 Republicans, and since Charlie Kirk is gone, they're basically leveraged to let him in. Yeah, I know. I really hope that doesn't happen. Lindsey Graham talking about Iran. We've already heard David. I mean, yeah, Lindsey Graham's really hawkish. David's also really hawkish, at least on Iran, because obviously he wants that government to not exist. And I think that's fair, but we still have to go about this like carefully. All right, let's see if I was right.
Showed that this officer was hit by her vehicle. She weaponized it, and he defended his life and those colleagues around him and the public.
Meantime, DHS says this new video...
She wasn't trying to hit anybody, Jesus. There wasn't anybody else around, and she rammed into somebody else's car because he shot her. What if there'd been a person or people in that car? Like, I just don't...
Video of the moments beforehand proves Renee Good was, quote, stalking and impeding a law enforcement operation all along. President of the Oversight Project, Mike Howell, joins me now. Mike, is it safe to say that no amount of new video is going to change the left's response to this incident?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, absolutely not. They made up their minds in about...
Yeah, the same thing is true about you guys, bro. Also, it depends on who you're talking to on the left. There's lots of people. If I saw something that indicated that what this guy was doing was self-defense, then I would fucking say it. I don't care. Like, I just... Stalking doesn't apply to a law enforcement operation. You can only stalk a person. Kalinda, what are your thoughts on Rubio generally? I mean, I don't necessarily... I'd have to, like, look up specifically what he thinks. But actually, you know what? Right now, my thoughts on Rubio are that he is a spineless fuck. And because he's basically given up all of his principles in order to like kowtow to Trump, even if it's stuff that he obviously doesn't believe in. Like he used to be very pro-Ukraine and then he completely let that go. And yeah, it's just kind of insane that he's just rolling over because he thinks that he'll be able to become the next president, and that's not going to happen. He's not going to become president. No, you said he was shooting unarmed blacks and was a Nazi, the tasteless thing. Even Biden said he deserves. Hey, I never said that. I never said that. They said the left. I didn't think that Biden or that Rittenhouse was shooting unarmed blacks. I watched the videos. And I also heard Destiny make a very good, like, compelling argument as well, too, as we were watching the videos. I was kind of on the fence about it. I think the Tasteful Thickness was talking specifically about liberals, about Rittenhouse. Yeah, none of you did nothing. I mean, I hope you understand that I didn't. Like, I mean, wasn't making content back then. But yeah, I believed that Rittenhouse did what he did in self-defense. I think we can say Rittenhouse was a dumbass. I think he does the work from inside in this. Yeah, but the thing is, Lannis, I haven't really seen much to indicate that that's what he's been doing. Like, Ukraine isn't suddenly getting stuff. It just, he hasn't really been able to do anything. And from what I understand, he's been sidelined too. Destiny defended Rittenhouse even when most public opinion was against it. Yeah, he did. And I think he made a really compelling argument in favor of it. Yeah, Rittenhouse was a dumb kid. He was not a murderer. He was I think he was stupid for going off on his own, but that doesn't mean that he loses his right to self-defense. Like, yeah, listen, the Tasteful Thickness. I'm not like a stupid liberal, okay? I'm not one of those ACAB people. I think that's fucking cringe. I'm not going to automatically turn against all cops or like there are definitely when I saw Vosh. Oh, you're a really stupid okay, I don't even know what the fuck you're getting at. Are you like one of those random MAGA people who found me? From like... Oh, no, Chase, I think that was that was the first window into the fact that Vosh is an ideologue. When he, yeah, I mean, it could be. I don't think so, though. This channel actually has videos on it from like 2 years ago or whatever. Why do these right-wingers always sound schizophrenic? Because they do. You know? And also because it's easier to, like, to web people and just assume. The woman wasn't dumb. She ran into people with her car, and you can't do that while being detained. She didn't run into people with her car. Did you not see the cell phone video that he released? She was literally turning. She was turning the wheels away from him. He was out of the way. Like, also, have you not looked at the manuals? If she didn't run into people, how did she knock down the officer? She didn't knock him down. He didn't even fall to the ground. Do you have video showing that he was knocked down? I don't even think he fell over. He literally got out of the way in time because when he shot, actually he didn't fall over because when he shot his next 2 shots at her, they were through the driver's side window. He couldn't have been knocked down. He didn't even drop his phone. Yes, I do have video of him being knocked down. His camera was in the air. I have the screen. That's not good enough. He wasn't knocked down. If he was knocked down, how was he able to fire the second 2 shots? There was more than one officer involved. Yeah, I know there was, but nobody else was hit either, because if they were, then we would have been hearing about it. He's talking about the video where he put his arms on the hood of the car. Did he drop his camera? Because I didn't see him pick it back up. The New York Times coverage shows he was not knocked down. Yeah, there was only one guy in front of the car, and it was that guy. The other people were, like, the other officer was beside the car because he was trying to open the door. He put his arms, which were holding the camera, on the hood of the car. How many officers were involved? There was like at least 2, but there probably were 3 as well, because I think there was another one on the other side of the car. But like there was 2 that we saw in the video. He didn't drop it, he just jumped back the phone. I said that there was at least 2 or 3. Okay, then how many were there? In the video, we saw 2. In the video, we saw 2 people. Can you show me evidence that there was another person that was in front of the car? Because you're talking out of your ass. If there was another person that was in front of the car that got hit, then MAGA would be talking about it constantly, and nobody is talking about it. No, Sans, I'm not going to ask people about Ashley Babbitt. This guy's just going to defend that, probably. Like, can you guys... I don't know, man. I mean, the tasteful thickness. Do you want to come on and talk about it? No, I don't like to ban people. You can even join my Discord if you want. No, I'm not going to ban you for speaking. I actually run a fairly open free speech Discord. Didn't we go over the video several days ago? Didn't you go over it? Yeah, I did. But I don't, hold on. New self, okay. Is this, I hope this is just the video.
We have new video tonight, a new angle of the deadly shooting. We are also learning more about the ICE.
Newly released cell phone video obtained by CBS News.
I don't care about your fucking commentary, people. I just want to see the video. This isn't even the whole video. Can people link the video in chat? Because I don't have all the fucking Twitter accounts that have all the videos. Actually, wait, hold on. How is this even a debate? There was only one person in front of the SUV. Yeah, I know. That's what I keep saying. But this person is acting like there's more. There was literal video of the striking of the federal agent. Are you talking about the cell phone video? Because that does not show him being struck. It shows his phone like shaking around as he was moving out of the way. Like, she may have like lightly touched him as she was driving off, but he was already mostly out of the way. Also, this isn't even like removed from the fact that it literally says in the federal manual, by the way, that it says like that you're not supposed to put your body in front of a vehicle. It is stupid. As a cop, you can't just stand in front of a car and then shoot the person if they start driving towards you after you literally created the deadly use of force situation. There was no reason why. What did he hope to accomplish by standing in front of the car? No, Zoni, you can't post links in YouTube chat. You have to post them in the Discord. There was a second ICE agent on the grassy knoll. Okay, thank you. Oh, this is... Wait, is this even an image? Oh, this is like a GIF. Oh, there's the video controls. I don't think this isn't the whole video. Oh, is it? No, this is only 47. Okay, let's.
Show your face. I'm not mad. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's
There's
fine.
A cell phone
U.S.
video.
citizen, former fucking factory. You want to come at us?
What do you mean you read it? The tasteful. Where did you read it? What do you mean? Where's the link? You can't post links in the Discord. Like if you want, or you can't post links in this chat. YouTube chat does not let you post links unless you're a mod. Interesting point. One video pointed out that the ICE agent changed the phone to another ham before shooting Renee Good. Oh yeah, I mean, he may have done that too. That's the thing. Like, I don't. Yeah, I know. Yes, this is the ICE officer's cell phone video.
You want to come at us? I say go.
There are other videos, Zoni. There's like 2 or 3 other videos. There's one from across the street that someone took from their window that does not show the shooting unless the guy stopped recording. This will be the guy who is pretending to be Israeli, I bet you. I mean, potentially. Is that why you don't want to get in? Is that why you don't want to get in the chat and Discord, the tasteful thickness? Is it because that you're like fucking kosher Kathy back again to try to troll me? Oh yeah, but none from the POV of the ICE people. Yes, yeah, it is. That's because these guys don't wear body cams.
I say go get your.
Although it would surprise me if the tasteful thickness was kosher Kathy, because his channel actually has videos on it, like from like 2 years ago.
Get your.
And so unless kosher Kathy has like that kind of shit, I don't know, Avi. Avi, were you here yesterday? There was like a right-winger, there was a quote-unquote right-wing Israeli who came on to argue with me, and I didn't catch that he had an Indian accent, and it turned out that it was just like fucking kosher Kathy from a Queeman troll. Yeah, I know it's simple to create sock accounts, Tash, but the thing is that this guy, like, unless this person created this sock account like 10 years ago, or like two or 3 years ago, which would be kind of crazy, then yeah, this isn't, and this YouTube has that stuff on it. Still not finding the ICE agent being hit video. Will not use the search box. She's just stalling. I'm not, what do you mean I'm stalling? I'm not stalling. Find the video, join the Discord, and put the video in.
Get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Like, look, did you see? She was literally turning the wheel. She was turning the wheel away from him. She was turning the wheel away from him. And if you see the other video, she wasn't even driving very fast until she got past him. And at that point, he already shot, get in the what the fuck are you talking about? ICE agent hit, what? Kosher Kathy account, Discord account yesterday was 4 years old. Oh, Jesus Christ, and fucking X, of course. I feel like you probably are, Kosher Kathy. Is this it? Is this it? This insanely grainy video? I've seen this before. And then I saw her face. Like, this is an 8-second clip. It's so fucking grainy. Hold on. Just a sec. I'm gonna slow this down. Yeah, I have seen it before. No, it's not that it doesn't count. It's that it's very fucking hard to see it. Like, there is no way. He was halfway out of the way and he was still walking. He didn't even get knocked over, bro. You cannot put yourself in front of a vehicle and then use that as an excuse to shoot somebody in the face. That's what this guy did. What the fuck? Okay, answer me this, buddy. What exactly did you think that he was going to, what was he trying to accomplish by putting himself in front of the car? I mean, he was like barely hit, dude. This does not count. Okay, if all you're gonna do, all right, fuck you. This is pointless. You probably are Kosher Kathy. Jesus Christ. Because this is how Kosher Kathy argues too. Goodbye. Like, all you're doing is just spamming. That person is 100% Kosher Kathy. Because that's the kind of shit that Kosher Kathy does, is like he literally just spams and screams and yells. No, there's no point in having him get on the Discord, Abby. Even if he would have gotten, like, if he got on the Discord, it would have been Kosher Kathy, and it just would have been that guy with an Indian accent again. Hello, Zoni, can I help you?
Oh shit, I'm still in here. I was gonna I was going to talk about IP, but that's completely unrelated to this. So
You were going to talk about IP?
I was going to ask
Oh,
you about it. Yeah.
Oh, Israel Palestine.
Mhm.
Hold on. What?
Yeah, I can join later on some other shit.
No, Abby, I'm not racist versus Indians. Kosher Kathy's not even an actual Indian person. Kosher Kathy just puts on an Indian accent and joins discords. And like how strong the accent is very dependent upon like what he's trying to accomplish. And also, I don't think he has any real political beliefs. Yeah, you're right. His only ideology is hating Destiny and also Loner Box. Like yesterday, he literally trolled as a right-wing Israeli. No, you can ask me about IP. It's okay, Zoni. What did you want to ask?
Yeah, I was just gonna add. I think that guy is just an unemployed like Kiwi farmer. So
Yeah,
there's,
he's
like,
a
point in
Queeman
spending
troll.
Yeah. Fuck. What was I gonna ask? Oh yeah. You agree with Lonerbox that like one of the most important parts about peace in Israel Palestine is probably like getting leaders on both sides that want to talk and don't like violence, right?
Yes.
Yeah. A question I have like for a lot of people right now is just like who would that leader be on the Palestinian side? Because I think it's hard to find people that have that view but are also respected by the population and
Um,
are yeah, I don't know.
So the only one that I can think of is Marwan Barghouti, but I don't know if he is. The problem that I have is with him is that he is very, very up on the right of return stuff, and I'm worried that
Yeah.
that's something that he might not be willing to let go. However, I will say this, at least unless people can find me information otherwise, it seems as though he has basically been wanting a two-state solution from the very start. So it doesn't look like he went through the same iteration as Arafat did, where he was talking about how Jews need to leave and how none of them belong or any of that shit. It seems like from the very start he has wanted two states. And at least in his in a lot of like his writings or whatever, he definitely was talking about like doing terrorist or doing attacks on only in the West Bank, and that was where he wanted to confine them. Now I know, that being said, that there were attacks that were done by people that for which he was charged that happened to like in Israel proper. And I mean, that whole thing is controversial. He kind of like basically rejected the trial because that it was a military tribunal that convicted most of the people that he had. Like, I don't think that he 100% would necessarily be a good person or whatever to like, but he unites the Palestinians, and he's the only popular leader right now who has talked about wanting two states, or who has said things like, we need to protest, but our protests need to be like, let's do civil disobedience and that kind of shit. At least that's what he said like a long time ago. But
Yeah.
I know that more recently he's said like stuff that's a little bit more inflammatory, or like he's talked about like, everyone needs to go out and fight. But I don't even know necessarily what if he's being hyperbolic or what. The problem is we don't really know what he believes. But he is a bridge, like everybody likes him, even the Hamas people do. He's kind of a bridge between Hamas and Fatah, and that's at least something, or Fatah rather. That's at least
Yeah, but like
something
that's
that
the
I think would
problem
be
with him,
good.
right? I feel like all Israelis are gonna think that he's like too fucking. He's like.
I know, and that's and after Sinwar, but also to be fair, I think the other shitty part about this is that Israelis are going to have hella high standards. Like the only thing that they are going to accept is somebody who never engaged in terrorism, who and like
Somebody who
and
would
who
never
is-
have the respect of the Palestinians, right? Basically, yeah.
yeah, like and that's just not going to work. And also I think it's a little bit rich for Israelis of all people to be coming out here and being like, no, you guys aren't allowed to have leaders like that, when fucking Menachem Begin was a fucking terrorist himself, and like that guy is at least pretty well respected now. I mean, I don't know how much I would agree with his politics or whatever, but like he did do the Egypt peace thing, even though Jimmy Carter had to drag him kicking and screaming to that. But yeah, like it's kind of silly. Doesn't the Israeli left like Barghouti a bit as well? Oh yeah, absolutely, they do. He has like relationships with Knesset members and stuff. They've spoken highly of him. I think the former head of Mossad said nice things about him. Yeah, people like him.
Okay, maybe he's a lot better than I think he is. Yeah.
But
I don't know. I was talking to some people in Lonabox's Discord a few weeks ago about him, and it seemed like, I don't know, maybe Israelis in Lonabox's Discord are a little bit too far right, maybe.
No, they're not.
Just,
It's not that. They're just they're super unsure and cautious, you know. I don't know if Insomniac would even be okay with freeing him. Like Lannis, for example, is very much against it because Barghouti is a convicted terrorist who killed people. Yeah. But like again, again, Lannis, like Menachem Begin was a terrorist. And also right now you guys have terrorists serving in your Knesset because like Ben-Gvir is a terrorist. So it's kind of, and he's like on your fucking cabinet. Salam Fayyad is my preferable option. Yeah, but do people like him? I've never. Who is this guy? Who is Salam Fayyad?
Wait, while you're looking for that, I'm gonna ask you: would you accept Israelis having having high standards if their parliament was a lot more pure? Like, was a lot more like no far right people, no terrorists, no fucking crazy people that want to say dog shit about Palestinians. Like if they were like very, what do you call it? Like very, I don't know what else word to use, but like very pure in that sense. Would you accept them having higher standards for Palestinian leaders as well, and like potentially Baghouti not really meeting that standard?
I mean, maybe, but the problem is that like at some point you kind of have to take a risk and make a compromise, and if you're not willing to do that, then there's never going to be peace, right? Like in the same way that the Palestinians are also going to have to give up a bunch of shit, and that means that they're going to have to take a risk that the Israelis are going to keep their word about like not attacking them or whatever, even though they don't trust the Israelis. Now, I think that that's more likely than the Palestinians not attacking Israel, but I think that that's probably not going to happen, you know? Like, I think that a lot of the resentment that the Palestinians feel towards the Israelis will slowly dissipate if they get their own state, they experience self-determination, and they start being able to live good lives. Because I think that's part of the reason why the Palestinians who have Israeli citizenship are generally pretty chill, because that they have good material conditions, to use a leftist term, you know, like they can get on and like they own businesses, and generally speaking, even with the systemic discrimination that they face, they still live better lives than Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza by far. Yeah, Mustafa Barghouti maybe, but Mustafa Barghouti is not popular either. Comparing Barghouti to Begin isn't fair. I mean, they're both terrorists. I understand that Begin was no longer a terrorist and that he wasn't doing terrorism, but yeah.
Yeah,
it's just.
I get what you're saying about the material conditions and stuff, but I just feel like nowadays, I think that whole kind of argument has kind of fallen flat because, I mean, look at Israel, right? Like they are also becoming more and more radical despite their material conditions still being vastly superior in every single way to the Palestinians, right? So
yeah, but you have to look at why they became radicalized, right? When I'm talking about Palestinians being radicalized, a lot of their radicalization comes out of the fact that they basically have nothing besides being able to cling on to this notion that one day they'll be able to take all the land back, because they don't have a state and they don't have passports, they can't, you know, and it's just and they're also occupied, which is super shitty. The Israelis became radicalized because that they feel like the Palestinians don't want to make peace with them, and that no matter what they do, they just want to kill them. And yeah,
like but what if the media they consume keeps telling them like, oh, if we just fight a little bit harder, we can get all this back, right? I don't know.
I mean, that's something else that kind of would have, or rather, actually, it's not even so much the media. The education that they receive has to change, because like the education that Palestinians get in terms of like the Jews is insane, and that's stuff that needs to change. There's definitely like reforms that would have to happen there. But like I don't know. Hell, I even suspect that maybe if the Palestinians chilled out and stopped doing violence for like 5 years, it's actually possible. And if they also said, hey, we would like to negotiate, then I feel like the Palestinians could that like Israelis would probably chill the fuck out. you know, or that they might not start to look at the Palestinians differently. It would certainly give the Israeli left, people like Yair Golan, it would give them a lot more leverage to be able to come out and say, hey, see, we can make peace with these guys, you know? Like if they saw, if like whoever the Palestinian leader was, if they renounced terrorism and they said, hey, like this is what I always like to say, the Palestinians need to stop doing terrorism. They need to do like nonviolent resistance, you know, even if that means that like they get tons of shit for it. And they need to farm the fuck out of those clips of them getting tons of shit for it in order to be able to get sympathy from the world. And they need to say, hey, Israel, we're willing to negotiate with you, but until then we'll continue to protest us. And then on the Israeli side, the Israelis need to stop settlements. They need to dismantle the fucking outposts, and they need to like enforce the law on the West Bank more equally by prosecuting violent settlers. And they basically need to say, hey, Palestinians, we're ready to negotiate with you. But until then, if you come at us, we will fuck you up. And that just needs to be it. And then whoever decides to come forward first comes forward first. But yeah.
Like, I just think it's like super necessary for the Palestinians to have some sort of leader they can rally around, right? Because otherwise they're just going to be like, otherwise Israel is always going to judge them by their worst aspects, right? Like they will always point to the people who do commit terror attacks, who do like kind of like what do you call it, like throw a what do you call it, like throw a wrench in the wheel of like
right now I actually
direction.
I just had this other thought. It's maybe Mahmoud Abbas or Abu Mazen, maybe he could turn around people's hatred for him if he started doing things that people came to like him for or whatever. But in order for him to be able to do any of that stuff, Israel needs to empower him, or at the very least, they need to stop impeding him, which means they need to unfreeze the funds. Lannis says, Sev says on paper he doesn't think Israel shouldn't exist, but I think he's mascot. Why do you think that, Lannis? Sev has never even said anything to indicate that. Sev even thinks Palestinians need to let go of the right of return, at least for now. Or rather, he thinks that there's no way that they're all going to be able to come back, but that in the future he would like to see some sort of confederation that allows more freedom of movement. But I think he would acknowledge that that's not going to happen in his lifetime, because he recognizes that the one-state solution is a stupid idea because both groups hate each other too much for it to work. Linda knows that Abu Mazen, yeah. Of course I know that. I learned it from Destiny and Loner Box because they talked about it after they went there. Anyway, go on, Zoni, sorry.
I asked Sev a few months ago about in an ideal world where they get a two-state solution, right? And everyone under the assumption and now there's peace or whatever, and now we're gonna start building. What's to stop I'm just thinking, right? If I'm a Palestinian living in Israel and I have a good life and I'm so quote unquote integrated, and I'm thinking, I guess I'm not really a nationalist, right? I don't really care about that stuff. Won't I feel kind of shit if now I have to let go of all this shit and I have to start building some country that I don't really care about, and now I'm going to be a poor person in a poor country?
Oh,
I don't know. I feel like I would just feel like I would just feel like shit. Me, right?
Did Sev have an answer for that? Because I believe that he said that most Palestinians living in Israel want to stay where they are, and they don't want to be forced to leave because most of them have an attachment to their town or their village or whatever. And
just
also
their life, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think they should be forced to leave either. And I don't imagine that most of them would be forced to leave.
I guess my concern, right? My concern would be if every single person who's not radical and not who cares more about their material conditions than Palestinian nationalism, isn't Palestine going to be by pretty much by proxy going to become pretty far right and pretty prone to radicalization once again? I don't know.
I don't
that would be my concern, but I don't know if that's
necessarily because that back during when Arafat was in charge, at least from everything I understand, Palestinians seemed ready to accept the two-state solution. And that was going to be a thing. And I think that they probably would have taken that deal. Now, I will say that Israel would do land swaps, and it's entirely possible that villages like Kfar Qasim would end up on the Palestinian border as part of those land swaps, or like other villages, other like Arab villages in the Triangle might end up like in the new Palestinian state. But I don't know. Like I think that there are
But like
quite a few.
you can imagine it in America, right? Like if you like, let's say you right now, right? You said like, oh, we have two big differences, but like the differences between people is too big. So now we're gonna make a new state in the South, and it's gonna be like Texas America, okay? And it's just gonna be an amalgamation of a bunch of southern states, right? And now we can do whatever we want because now we have our own country, and like all the people who are like liberals or whatever, they're probably gonna leave, right? They're gonna say like, no, fuck that. I want to stay in America. I want to stay in the United States. And so they're gonna go to like, and now you're gonna have this.
I think
I'm just scared that like you're gonna have this like super fucking like far right Palestine or whatever. That's gonna be super shitty. But I don't know. Maybe that fear is like unwarranted.
I think that it would depend on which. I think that it would depend, like, on the people that were there. But I mean, a lot of this stuff is going to be the next generation as well, too, right? Like, I think.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think these concerns like warrant not giving them a state. By the way, I think they should still get a state, even though I have these concerns.
Well, yeah, of
it's
course.
Just, it's just like food for thought or whatever.
I mean, the thing is that I think that this is something that's really important to remember. I suspect the average person in the West Bank, like the majority of people, and the average Gazan, and I feel like we saw this too, based on like the polling data that showed that they wanted the ceasefire to continue before October 7th, and also the protests that were happening during the war. I think that the average Palestinian in like the occupied territories in Gaza and the West Bank, I think they just want to chill and live their lives and raise their kids. Like, I don't necessarily think that they're like super political, you know? Hey Dante, or maybe not like super political, but like yeah, sure, they might hate Israel and they might feel all of these things, but I don't like, I feel like if they get self-determination and are able to live relatively good lives, then like sure, that might be something that they might still think or believe, but it's probably not going to be their top priority. Their top priority is going to be getting to live a good life and you know, raising their kids and all that stuff, because I think that's what most humans want. And yeah, and if most humans have these things and they are comfortable, then they are going to be much less likely to go out and pursue violence. I think that's part of the reason we see this all throughout history too, that like revolutions or whatever, when life is shitty, then people start going out into the streets. Like, I mean, Vosh was right yesterday about that one thing, about the fact that like it was the economic conditions in Iran that has driven millions of people out onto the streets because they are angry that their lives are shit right now and they just want to chill.
What kind of government do Palestinians want? Do you know if there's polling on that? I've never actually looked into that.
I
like,
don't think
do they want a liberal democracy?
I don't know if they want a liberal democracy, but I think they would like a democracy. I don't know if maybe a secular democracy-ish. I don't know if they want, because there are also like Christian Palestinians as well, even though I think they might be in the minority. Yes, Short-Side Goblin, Vosh was right about one very obvious thing. Dante, I cannot free Avi. Stop asking. I know you're just doing that in here because I'm not going to ban you for it in the same way as that you would get banned in Loner Cord for it because we instituted that rule. But yeah, just like when Americans went to the streets when they were asked to put masks on. Well, I mean, how many Americans went to the streets though? It wasn't enough to overthrow the government, right? That's the point that I'm making, is the fact that like, yeah, you can end up with like a few million people going out onto the streets protesting dumb shit because that they were lied to or whatever. But it's a little bit different when that turns to like insane amounts of violence to the point where the government might be in danger of getting overthrown, or during the Weimar Republic when politicians were being like assassinated and shit. Yeah, that kind of stuff is kind of crazy. Obviously Americans are brain broken and like there might be certain things here, but I don't know that that means that they're going to overthrow the government. Like hell, even for as bad as COVID got, the majority of Americans weren't going out on the streets. To, you know, you guys have to remember, MAGA, the Republican base, is like about 25% of the American population. And that's not good or whatever, but Wait, what did Avi do to get yeeted? He was going overboard with shit posting, and we get really annoyed when we can't fucking tell when people are joking. Like, he was posting about how he supports settlements, and settlements are based in Lego Fortnite, and well, yeah, it's obvious that most of what Avi says is not to be taken seriously, and that he's a fucking shit poster. Like, when people are trying to have serious discussions, it's annoying to have to deal with that. I don't mind having Avi in my Discord. I think Avi is fun and he's an interesting dude. But yeah, it's hard. It's annoying to deal with people who are just joking all the time. Anyway, sorry, you were saying stuff, Zoni. I'm probably gonna want to wrap this up soon because
Yep. I was just gonna ask about that stuff. I don't really have anything further. It's just about
okay. Yeah.
the two-state solution and Palestinian leaders or whatever. But I'm good.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. Have a good one. Okay. Yeah, I haven't, like, Marwan's trial is kind of a bit all over the place, but yeah. Isn't Pisco supposed to be debating Chud Logic on the fucking car shit? But Chud's not live, so I don't know.
As a game developer who
maybe nah, really? Why would Chud do that? I mean, that's just what I heard. I don't know where Chud, the last time I heard Chud talk about immigration, he was kind of against it, or at least or not against it, but he seemed to be against, or like based on some weird shit. He seemed to be against the like there being lots of immigration in London or whatever. It was kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know, but Chud's just got a lot of kind of, I have no idea. Listen,
as a game developer,
Jesus Christ, I need to make that stop. My problem with Chud is that I kind of turned against him when I saw how he covered the Clarissa Avalone shit, where he basically blamed it entirely on her. And he and his chat wouldn't stop joking about the leaked shit about like her wanting to like fuck black men or whatever, and it just came off as really gross. And then he basically went on that panel with fucking Andrew Wilson, where they essentially just went on and attacked her for the entire thing. Big 2026 news. Mary Peltola made the Senate announcement. He's mostly against it, but he's not xenophobic like a lot of his countrymen. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think like Chud has a lot of like people in his audience who are probably far right, and it's kind of a bit okay. Anyway, I guess like that's I'm sure people will tell me when it's happening. Hold on. Okay, that's that. I'm just going to we're just Ilhan Omar. Okay. Let's we're just gonna keep watching this now. Jesus Christ, that was like a huge tangent. He does have a lot of far-right viewers though. Yes, you're right. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Hello. May I help you? Hello, sir. Meow. Hello? Aw. Hello there. Hi. I tried meowing to cats, but they don't respond. I mean, sometimes they might. It depends if they're talkers, you know? Like, if you meow to them, they might meow back. Hi. also depends on how good your meow is. Oh, okay. Mary Peltola beat Sarah Palin for Congress, the Senate, the best. Oh shit, I was muted this whole time. Rip, especially since he's purring. Okay, well, yeah, you said so. Mary Peltola is Mary Peltola is she beat Sarah Palin and she's a Democrat. I'll have to look her up. My orange tabby is a big yapper. We can meow at each other for an hour if we are feeling it. That's funny. Okay. A lot of moderate Republicans in Alaska liked Mary Peltola. That's cool. Okay, we're gonna keep watching this. And I am gonna be right back because I need to feed this guy and I also have to go to the bathroom. But I can still hear this, although I'm sure I'm gonna get triggered. One sec.
In about a quarter of a second. I mean, they are the party of mass illegal migration, fraud to support it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And everything that...
The Oversight Project, President? What the fuck's the Oversight Project? Although this guy just sounds like a Trump dick suck, but... Anyway, BRB.
That flows from it. They're going to defend illegals at any step of the way, and even the criminals that get in the way of ICE.
I guess what I'm confused at, what is the left's endgame here?
Remember what I always have been saying. These people think that liberals are coming for your way of life, or their way of life, and that they want to destroy American society as they know it. And part of the reason why they think that is because this is the news that they consume all day, where everything they are told what liberals believe, and all it is just straw man after straw man after straw man. It takes me back to Ann Coulter and her books about how liberals hate America, and like it's all just the liberals, the liberals, the liberals this, the liberals that. It's really fucking ridiculous. Yeah. It's so insane. Anyway, I will be right back.
Is their goal to deter people from joining ICE? Basically saying, look, if you join ICE, we're going to treat you like this with constant in your face, constant protests and the like. Do they want to return to the disastrous Joe Biden immigration policy? I mean, what is it? What are they trying to accomplish?
Yeah, the end game is to fundamentally transform the United States through absolute mass migration, both legal and illegal, to develop new permanent political constituencies that are dependent on the Democrats, and basically overthrow America as the traditional order that we know it going into its 250th birthday. That's been their explicit political strategy for at least 20 years. Implicitly, it's been it since the 1965 immigration reform bill. But as it relates to ICE, yes, they want to normalize violence against ICE. They want to confuse people that it's legal to do this. They want to moralize it. They're aiming for a Kent State-style violent incident that can cause massive domestic, unrest. But I'll call out the Democrat politicians. Why aren't they, who cheer this on out there, breaking the law? They're afraid to go to jail themselves. I'm talking about the politicians, all the way from Ken Martin at the head of the DNC on down. I want to see them break the law and go to jail. They're telling everyone else to do it. They don't have the guts to do it. They're relying on dumber and more unhinged people to break the law. In some instances, even get killed.
And let's remember, a lot of those individuals, including the members of Congress, are federal officials. They're encouraging people.
I'm sorry. I'm just so triggered. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Has Fox News always been like this? This guy is talking about like the fucking Hart-Celler Act, the 1964 immigration bill. That's like, that was a Nazi talking point like 4 or 5 years ago. Or actually it probably was more 7 or 8 years ago. Back when Fuentes was like talking to Destiny. I remember that was the first time that I heard that talking point. This notion that this is when it all started, when they wanted to fundamentally change like what the character of the United States was. This guy just like said all of this shit, except he didn't bring up like fucking demographic change. but yeah, this is what I mean. This is what I said. This is what these guys think that we want on the left. And imagine like you are someone and this is everything that you have been like talking about, or that this is the only media you consume, and this is what you think that left-wing people want. Of course you're going to think, oh my God, they're coming for, like, they want to destroy this country. It's just insane that this is, yeah, I didn't realize that like this many Great Replacement people were, that Fox News was just so nakedly broadcasting this, because this is actually the first time that I've really like watched lots of Fox News. But yeah, it's kind of like, I understand that this is getting more popular, but like, does he expect 20% of the world to migrate into the US or something? Yeah, apparently these guys think that. I mean, they believe all that stuff. Oh, hey, Conduit. Not to toot my own horn, but this is why my whole thing is important. No, absolutely, it is. Yeah, watching stuff for a week and then like showing us like what you saw. And obviously I'm going to be starting to do that more. But I do think that this is part of the reason why debate can also be really important, because that you can expose yourself to things these guys believe and you can hear it from their own words, even if they are getting like curb stomped by someone like Destiny or Lonerbox. It's still a really good way to kind of like understand what people like this believe. Or watch them react to stuff. It's a really good thing. Great Replacement went mainstream in the conservative space a few years ago. Yeah, I mean, I figured. I know that Tucker Carlson has been saying shit like this for quite a long time. And he was on Fox News for a while, which is why people suspected he was a white nationalist. But I mean, yeah, like, this is what they're going to say. I understand conservatives enjoy strawmanning liberals' positions. On That Guy Doesn't Exist stream, we watch a Republican representative, and they talk about how we need to do re-immigration. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've heard that before, too. Where basically they're talking about kicking people out, and that's basically ethnic cleansing, yeah. There it makes sense because the population is smaller. Yeah, but Great Replacement was specifically meant to have Europe as a subject. There it makes sense. Yeah, I remember when Great Replacement first came up. That was a conspiracy theory that was about Europe. I remember, I think it was during it was when the Syrian refugee crisis basically started. This conspiracy theory was that Muslims were going to come over and they were going to take everything. They were going to take over everything. And they wanted to, and they were going to and Europe was going to become Eurabia, was I think the thing that everybody liked to say, and the Muslims were just going to take over and institute Sharia law and shit. And people who did this, they basically like made these projections, assuming that immigration rates were going to stay the same or some shit, even though like that didn't really happen. And yeah, the amount of Muslims in Europe, some European countries, has gone up, but it hasn't gone up nearly as much as these people said that it was going to. So yeah, Great Replacement theory is older than the series. Oh, okay, it was before that. I feel like the first time I started hearing about it was around that point, or maybe it was before that. I don't remember. There was like, I think his name was Mark Stein. I think he was the guy who started talking about it at first, or at least that by the time I first heard of it. They don't even want to stop. Recently, they want anyone after 1970. Yeah, that's nuts. Like, none of these people, these guys, these guys are basically just white nationalists. They just want everybody who came to the country. Yeah. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Dutch and German immigrants were replacing whites in the 1870s. This is ancient for the US. Also, that's funny. The Dutch and German immigrants. Wait, did he say whites, epic, or did he say Anglo-Saxon Protestants? Or the Anglo-Saxons, or I don't know if he used that term, or like, you know, because that's how they saw it, right? Because like back then yeah. But hey, you know what? The best answer to that is always, damn, if this shit was so important to them, why didn't they put it in the Constitution? Isn't Great Replacement just a rebate of the Kalergi plan conspiracy? Yeah, that definitely comes into it. I forgot about that shit too. No, he said civilized Anglo peoples. There we go. Anyway, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm just going to keep playing this.
People to stand in front and bother and interfere with federal officials. Think about that for a moment. Let's stay in Minnesota. Representative Ilhan Omar criticizing the federal probe into that state's welfare fraud. Listen.
What they are doing is creating confusion, chaos, trying to intimidate people from being able to exercise their regular, normal activities that they would There is no justification in any of the things that they say. There is no reason for them to use this level of rhetoric. There is no reason for them to fully stop funding these programs. The only reason they are doing that is for PR purposes.
So apparently uncovering a multi-billion-dollar fraud is too much, quote, confusion and chaos for Representative Omar's liking. But you have a really interesting point of view on this. You say the feds knew about Medicaid fraud in Minnesota for years and did nothing about it. What can you tell us?
That it's a governing strategy of the left. Waste, fraud, and abuse is a feature of the system. It's a means to transfer wealth from the American taxpayer, particularly the middle class, to unaccountable programs managed by states. And it's not just Minnesota. You can find this in California, Illinois, anywhere. And it's meant to drive money by any means necessary, legal or illegal, to preferred constituencies that'll rely on them. I think we need to see this as a holistic governing and regime strategy. It's why the deficit's so big. This is the way they want to run the country. And when coupled with mass invasion level migration,
I need to get a wireless microphone that I can carry around the house with me. So if I have to walk away from the computer, I can still angrily rage into that small little lav microphone. Because Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck is this shit? Where does he get this from? Did he just make this up in his mind? Is the imaginary shadow left in the room with you right now, sir? Is this what? Why? Why do these people want this? And if they did want it, then why the fuck didn't they do it earlier? What the fuck? Him giving in looks so bad. Yeah, there was different variations of the Great Replacement theory for centuries. I'm only listening. I swear to God, I thought this guy was Gibbs. No, it's not. Gibbs has a more gravelly voice than this dude. This dude's name is Mike Howell, and he is apparently chairman of the Oversight Project, who I guess like they care about waste, fraud, and abuse, but they don't care about fraud when Trump does it. It's only their imagined fraud. I think the Great Replacement was popularized by economists in France. Okay, I don't know. It's been around for a while. Maybe I'll read about it later. I'm just saying, like, I first heard about it when some guy was talking about like the Muslims coming to take over Europe. That was like the first time that I heard about that. And obviously, I didn't even realize the extent to which it was a conspiracy theory that basically said that the Jews were orchestrating it. But yes, none of this makes any goddamn sense. Okay.
That's what you get. You get a lot of Minneapolis, a pirate conquered from Somalia territory that is basically just ripping off the taxpayer and not even being cute about it.
You mentioned other states, the president and his administration saying other state investigations are forthcoming. We will see. Mike Howell, thank you, sir.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Jesus Christ. That was a lot. That was a lot of brain rot. Do we really want to? I mean, I think this is very interesting. It's interesting too because actually wait, hold on. Wait. Let's why newest Russia-Ukraine peace plan is very strange. Ex-NATO ambassador. Putin issues new threat as Ukraine refuses to give up land. Oh God. Renaud Camus. Oh yeah, that sounds familiar. God damn it. My cousin is trying to educate me on IP right now through message. She just gave me 5 book reading list, including Chomsky and Finkelstein. Ugh. Yes. Yes, I'm sure that reading what political scientists have to say and like I guess is and like linguists. Remember guys, Chomsky, no, I'm pretty sure Noam Chomsky is a fucking linguist, okay? Let's just double check. American professor and public intellectual known for his work in logistics, political activism, and social criticism. Like, what's his major in? Academic background at University of Pennsylvania, BA, MA, Jesus, he attended, he got his BA, his MA, and his PhD all from the University of Pennsylvania. That's a bit weird. That's not usually a thing that people do. Or at least it wasn't back in, or maybe it was back in his day, but it sure as fuck isn't now. Thesis, transformational analysis. Oh yeah, discipline, linguistics, analytical philosophy, cognitive science, political. Yeah, like he's not a historian. And he's just a fucking socialist. It's not that good, but innovative. He is a linguist. I've read his linguistic stuff. It's not that good, but innovative. Barack Obama is also a linguist. Really? Does Barack Obama speak more than one language? He's a linguist in the language of dumb leftists. All right, here we go. Let's do another one. I'm just curious to see what they have to say about Ukraine.
Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin says the U.S.'s peace plan could be a basis of a Ukraine deal, but says the war will end, quote, once Ukrainian troops withdraw from the territories they occupy. If they don't withdraw, we will achieve this through military means.
The territories they occupy? You mean the territories that you occupy and that you don't want to give back? And also the territories that you claim that you haven't even managed to take. That's like the most insane part.
Meanwhile, Ukraine's chief negotiator, Andriy Yermak, says as long as Zelensky is...
Wait, linguists aren't bilinguals? What? Oh, I mean, like, yeah, I know. Although, don't they... yeah, they know a bunch of stuff about, like, languages. Polyglot is the right term for someone who speaks a whole bunch of languages. Obama grew up speaking an Indonesian language there. I don't remember which one. You wrote Obama based.
Zelensky is president. No one should count on us giving up territory. He will not sign away territory. The Constitution prohibits this. Nobody can do that unless they want to go against the Ukrainian Constitution and the Ukrainian people. Here to discuss it, national security expert.
Oh, this is before Yermak was forced to leave.
Rebecca Heinrichs. Rebecca, I hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Now let's dive right into the hard work. And that is, of course, where things stand. We know Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will go to Moscow to talk with the Russians. But it's pretty clear from Andriy Yermak that this whole idea about ceding Donetsk, Luhansk, the Donbass region is not a thing that they're looking to do. And that could be a huge sticking point. And you see that map along that red line. That is essentially the line that they have been fighting on for nearly 4 years. And Ukraine saying, we're not giving this area up. Where do you see things headed?
Well, as you said, Griff, Putin gave a speech here recently where he said that he wants the Ukrainians to leave the territory. Of course, that's Ukrainian territory that Putin is demanding that Ukrainians leave from. Those soldiers have been bleeding and dying for their territory, for home and hearth, for each other. And so even if Zelensky wanted to say that these Ukrainians had to withdraw, he's not going to be able to get him to. And then you have to deal with the rest of Ukrainian society.
Oh my God, who is this person? Is this person based? Is Fox not completely cucked on this? Or is it just like Fox News morning shit and not like their pundits?
Who then has to support a withdrawal, a surrender of Ukrainian territory. So that is going to be, I think, impossible for Ukraine. And then, of course, you just... had the fact that Donetsk is significant on the battlefield. So once if Ukraine were to give up Donetsk, it permits Russia to have essentially a free reign to the rest of the country, so Russia could regroup and then just reinvade. So it's going to be impossible, I think, to give up that territory. But to Griff, last point, Putin was defiant in the speech that he gave. He also said that he didn't want to deal with the Ukrainian government as it was because he believes it's an illegitimate government. So he's back to
oh yeah, the illegitimate Ukrainian government shit. Okay, no, let's actually do some oh, domestic terrorism. Jarrett blocks Nome after Minnesota ICE shooting. Oh, let's see what happens. Oh, geez. Okay, here we go.
Anti-ICE protests erupting this weekend over the shooting of a Minnesota woman by an ICE officer as DHS Secretary Nome defends her domestic terrorism assessment.
If you look at what the definition of domestic terrorism is, it completely fits this individual. As you saw in the video that we released just 48 hours after this incident, showed that this officer was hit by her vehicle, she weaponized it, and he defended his life and those colleagues around him.
Fox News actually has some anchors that are more based than anybody on left-wing shows when it comes to geopolitics, but they're the old school neocon types. They have horrible ideas about domestic politics, but they have the right idea about Russia. So I'm just curious, Epic, I feel like in my brain, or in my heart rather, I don't particularly like neoconservatism, but this might be my bias. You might be of similar age to me, or maybe you just learned about all this stuff, but like when I was growing up, obviously, that was when I first got into US politics, that was during the neocon era of the Republican Party. When Bush like basically invaded Iraq because it was based on like wanting to spread, Epic is not 19, Jesus Christ. Unless he was like a child prodigy when he joined the Air Force. But yeah, like this whole idea of like going around the world and taking out dictatorships to spread democracy, maybe neoconservatism has evolved since then, but I don't really think that like that kind of shit is a good idea. I'm not particularly fond of that. However, I mean, yeah, I don't know. And like generally speaking, I prefer like soft power, but it depends really. I mean, I don't know. I feel like neoconservative is a foreign policy school that doesn't comment on anything but foreign policy. I'm a liberal internationalist, which is the opposition to neocons. I see. Okay. Yeah, I know that neoconservatives tend to comment on anything but foreign policy, which is kind of the interesting thing, right? My understanding actually is that several of the neocons, or that whole school of thought, a lot of those people were actually socially liberal, and they left the Democratic Party after becoming disaffected with it because they were like liberal hawks basically from the Democratic Party, and they just left. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah. Liberal internationalists believe the United States should be constrained by international law. Both believe in the use of American power to spread the liberal world order. But I'm definitely not 19. I was born in the 90s. Oh, okay. So I'm older than you. I was born in 1984. But yeah, all right. That's, yeah, you're not. We're both like millennials though. Summing up Chomsky's manufacturing consent, sources have biases, the end. I hate the way that leftists use manufacturing consent. It's very silly. Yes, I was literally born in the year 1984. Yes, literally 1984. A lot of work nowadays is refining those ideas, but yeah, okay. Well, no, Epic, all right. Like, yeah, I think liberal internationalism is cool. And I think using American power to spread democracy or to spread like liberal values isn't a bad idea. It just depends on what you mean by American power, right? Like, obviously, like, soft power is pretty based. And also, hell, I would even consider arguably in part like American culture is like one aspect of American power, even though that's not like an intentional thing necessarily, but like having the United States conduit say, oh, well, I figured you were 30. No, I'm not. I'm 41. But thank you. I feel complimented when people assume that I'm in my 30s. I got my mom's anti-aging genes, so I don't look as old as I am. My mom also does not look like she is like in her 70s, even though she is. See, I'm not the only one. We need to bring NASCAR to Iran. Both liberal internationalists and neoconservatives support hard power to uphold the world order, but liberal internationalists believe in international law as a constraint. Conservatives don't believe the United States should have any constraints. Okay, Jesus. Yeah, neocons. Okay. I mean, I don't know, like, so wait, so in your view, do you think that the United States should do something about, or should like help the Iranian protesters with strikes? Or do you think the US should invade Iran? Or would you say no, because that you would argue that that's against international law because they don't have casus belli to do so? We're talking about foreign policy again during my attempt to do a Fox News segment. Marusi is not 56. Jesus, I'm pretty sure she's like in her 30s. You're older than me and still have imposter syndrome? That's disheartening. I was hoping I'd get rid of mine with it. I mean, you might. And I might too. The issue is just that I just haven't been doing this for long enough is all. Like I gained self-confidence the longer that I worked as like a tech support person. But yeah, if we could get support with the regional institutions in the Middle East and support among regional powers in the Arab world, and we had the will of a regional coalition behind, yes, I would also want the issue to be pursued in the United Nations Security Council. Oh yeah, that's it's so hard, like being an international law cuck, which I would also argue that I am too. Like, I think international law is good, obviously. When the United Nations is so fucking useless, and the Security Council is completely cucked by Russia and China vetoing everything. Or the United States would sometimes veto stuff that maybe shouldn't be vetoed. It's just stupid. That like the UN is just completely it's so fucking useless. International law is not limited to just the UN. For example, we could have consulted the Association of Caribbean States on the issue of Venezuela and bypass you. Oh, yeah, I know. So then, like, my take about Venezuela is correct, that, like, I don't necessarily mind them taking out Maduro, but my issue with it is that, A, they didn't do it in consultation with any regional partners, and B, they also weren't working with the Venezuelan opposition. And they basically just went in, snatched up Maduro, and left the entire rest of, like, the thing in charge, and they took no steps to help the Venezuelan opposition get back into power. And it looks like now the rest of their plan is just to strong arm like the current remaining Venezuelan government into doing whatever they want, and there's not really any kind of talk of like having an election or anything. There are multiple institutions besides the UN we could consult to handle international affairs, and those institutions are part of the liberal international framework. Yeah, that's fair. Overseas that are 27 year olds. I'm not sure if the Security Council will do another thing again. Will they even okay Bougainville? I don't even know what you're talking about. Sometimes the Security Council okays things. I think Russia and China abstained from action in Libya because Gaddafi was so bad. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna keep going.
So DHS saying new video of the moments beforehand proved Renee Good was, quote, stalking and impeding a law enforcement operation all morning, as additional video shows how it went down from the officer's
Oh, this is the across the street video.
point of view. Watch.
You wanna come at us? You wanna come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Oh.
Oh, they cut off the part where he said fucking bitch. And also he wasn't even in the fucking he didn't get knocked over, Jesus.
Fox News legal analyst Greg Jared joins us now. So Greg, weigh in here. I saw on the Sunday shows, they really took this on about the Secretary of Homeland Security's words and that, quote, domestic terrorism. This is actually a legal term that has been
For an example of liberal internationalism without the UN, Joe Biden's approach in Southeast Asia consulted regional partners like the Association of the Asian Nations, ASEAN, that allowed to bypass the UN when the PRC has a veto. Oh yeah, okay. Well that's pretty based. Also, Operation Prosperity Guardian was another good one that they did with you know, that was an international coalition to fight back against the Houthis' blockade in the Red Sea. I don't know how successful that was, but like that was a good approach to that problem in terms of cooperation and everything.
That has been debated for years. What is your view on the situation here?
Wait, is this the same guy?
Well, Lawrence, domestic terrorism is actually defined as violence by individuals.
Oh, this is Greg Garrett. Jesus, all of these fucking Fox News analysts look the same to me.
Or groups driven by extreme political ideologies to try to affect government conduct through coercion, criminal acts. And, you know, a vehicle's a deadly weapon. And if you weaponize it to harm a federal officer, if you're doing it because you politically...
Belinda, that's racist. Yes. You know what? It's fine. I'm allowed to say that. I'm also white. Ugh.
Politically disagree with ICE enforcing the law, then sure. I mean, it could be described as domestic terrorism. Look at the database. It's filled with cases involving vehicles as domestic terrorism. And, you know, in the end, there's really no excuse under the law for resisting or fleeing law enforcement and accelerating your SUV with an officer, either of...
Yeah, but you don't have to fucking shoot the person. You can arrest them later. That was even what they were taunting in the video about, like, you know what, you can come back and talk to us later or whatever. Like, she didn't commit any crimes. She wasn't like a violent criminal. It's fine to like let somebody go and then go and find them later. They're not dangerous. George Bush Jr. went in with the support. The most liberal internationalists saw out over the intervention in Kuwait because it's the finest example of internationalism in practice. George Bush Sr. went in with support of the United Nations and the regional coalition at his back and executed his mandate and then left. Yeah, that's fair. So wait, Epic, do you then feel that the United States should actually like put troops on the ground in Ukraine to help the Ukrainians, or do you think that sending them weapons is sufficient? Although I believe that you were saying stuff about how it's hard to send them weapons because like I think you said, you didn't use these words, but like basically America's kind of tapped out in terms of the shit that they have to give. Although I was thinking about this morning, honestly, and I kind of feel like, what if the United States like gave Ukraine a bunch of the shit they give to Israel, minus like I guess the Iron Dome interceptors, and like because I feel like Ukraine needs it more than Israel does right now. I've always had this question: when does the UN? Oh wait, hold on. I think there should have been American troops on the ground in 2014, and then there would have never been an expansion of the conflict in 20. Oh yeah, that's a fair point. Like, yeah, if they could have stopped that shit if they'd nipped it in the bud. I've always had this question that when does the UN need or have to deploy a peacekeeping force, or do they always leave military action to the individual countries? I believe that the countries that join the UN volunteer to join the UN is, I think, how that works. Like, I don't think that they necessarily are, yeah, I think that that's generally how that works too. And the other problem with this is that a lot of countries are like, they might want to send UN peacekeeping forces, but they're also probably reluctant to have those forces engage in like actual battle, which is why it's kind of all over the place, right? I mean, I feel like UN peacekeeping is generally cucked, and my biggest example for this is going to be Bosnia, because it's the one that I know the most about, because Jesus Christ, they fucked that up so hard. Like, Nordbat were like the only ones who were doing anything based where they actually managed to keep things from happening, but otherwise, like, the UN peacekeepers just like failed utterly to prevent like Srebrenica, or in Rwanda for that matter. They didn't do anything there either. Like, it's like they just didn't help. Peacekeepers are sent by nations volunteering their troops during the Korean War. A UN force was deployed and the United States volunteered the most, so it fell under American command. Yeah, okay. In that case, they went, yeah, the UN did some relatively effective peacekeeping in Liberia, I believe. I'm sure there's instances where they did do, correct me if I'm wrong, my impression is that the UN was more useful during the Cold War, but after the Cold War, it's been fairly useless. In reference to the arms shortage that you're referring to, that's part of why I think it's necessarily we do it ourselves. We don't really have the ability to support them remotely. Right now, the American Defense Industrial Base has 10-year backlogs on most defense articles. Oh, so you think that the United States should be putting troops on the ground in Ukraine to just help them? And you're not worried about any sort of nuclear escalation or whatever. Like, why is it that there is such pushback to put US troops on the ground in Ukraine, aside from the non-interventionist shit? Like, for example, under Biden, why would there have been a pushback there? Because it seems like Biden doesn't want, or didn't want to do that either. I understand that there was like domestic political concerns, but if we set that aside purely from, the excuse I always heard was, we don't want two nuclear powers shooting at each other. But now it seems like you're telling me that that's wrong, because that's not how nuclear shit works. And that's based on a misunderstanding of the notion that, like, it's not going to work like that, or that Russia wouldn't actually nuke anybody. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like my mind has been blown so much because like I thought nuclear deterrence was a thing, but now you're telling me that that's not really how that works. I think SDA may have also said something similar too in terms of like the nuclear shit. Yeah, I know India and Pakistan don't really shoot at each other though. I mean, they kind of do, but yeah. Ukraine necessarily, because of our pivot to the Pacific, takes a lower priority than East Asian ally. Yeah, that sucks. Currently, Taiwan and then Vietnam are the two highest prioritized nations for our defense exports. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. That's unfortunate, but yeah. Obviously, like with Ukraine, other countries should really be helping out too. After Iraq, Afghanistan, and the war on terror, it's become I know it's become unpalatable, Dante. That's why I was saying, like, what were the reasons for why Biden wouldn't do that, just like on a purely from a national security perspective? I understand that the actual reason why he wouldn't is because of the fucking because of domestic constraints. No conditions of the nuclear escalation ladder would be met by American and Russian forces fighting in Ukraine. In Korea, 9 out of 10 American planes were shot down by Russian pilots. In the Vietnam War, 3 Americans were shot down and were killed by Russians. As for the pushback, Joe Biden didn't make the case for the American people. Didn't make the case for the American. I know he didn't. Because that wasn't even something that he thought was a thing. I think he figured that Ukraine would be able to hold Russia back. And realistically speaking, it's actually, I think it's possible that Russia could have been held back by Ukraine. They certainly have been held back quite admirably by them, if Ukraine actually got more shit, or if they got what they needed, or if they had more training, and also if Europe stepped up and was there to help them more, because they also should have been there to help them. And they should have been like, yeah, I don't know, Europe needs to get off their asses and accept that Big Daddy America is probably not going to play the same role as they did previously. And like, accept that that's a thing and start doing their own shit. The UN is an umbrella that doesn't work in the rain. True. The argument against Obama sending troops is that Trump would just undo it. But we didn't know that in 2014. Well, I mean, no, because we don't know that Trump would have necessarily undone it either, right? No, the argument against Obama sending troops in 2014 is that Obama didn't necessarily think Russia was as bad as they were. And also Obama was not like, I don't think that he wanted to like put US military forces on the ground too much in too many places, because he was still dealing with the Iraq PTSD, which only got stronger as time went on. And I think even the shit that the US did do, the interventions that they did in Libya and Syria, also probably didn't really help with that either. But there could be other reasons why he didn't do it. It definitely seems like he didn't take Russia particularly seriously, though. Yeah. Okay, let's continue.
Either in front of it or perpendicular, that puts him in harm's way, triggering the law of self-defense and the legal
even though, again, we're ignoring the fact that that you're not supposed to put yourself in front of a vehicle. That's how you get killed, dumbass.
Legal test is whether this officer at that moment reasonably believed his life was in danger. If the answer is yes, he does have a right to use lethal force. And in fact, in Minnesota, there's a specific law that allows officers to use deadly force by shooting at an oncoming vehicle. So I think the secretary may be...
Is there now? I'll have to look that up. I mean, like, of course there's a law. Like, obviously you can fire, but like, you're also not supposed to stand in front of a vehicle. And if you can reasonably move out of the way, which is what this guy should have done. Yeah, there's no reason for Obama to send troops more weapons. Oh yeah, Obama definitely should have sent more weapons. He didn't send any. You guys are missing the critical detail on the decision of Obama not to support Ukraine in 2014. Yeah, because he didn't even send them anything, I don't... Oh, was it also because of the corruption? It had everything to do with Afghanistan. We needed access to the Russian airspace to maintain our foothold in Afghanistan. Didn't want to piss off the Russians. You know who was pushing hard in 2014 for Obama to do more for Ukraine and take Russia more seriously? Joe Biden. Yeah, I remember that. I believe that was actually that was mentioned in the Bob Woodward book as well, in War. That, like, yeah, that Joe Biden definitely didn't have the same opinions about Russia that Obama and others did. If we had not one of the biggest arguments between Biden and Obama when Biden was vice president was on the issue of supporting Ukraine. Obama wanted to prioritize Afghanistan. If we had not pulled out of Afghanistan during Biden's first year in office, we would not have been able to support Ukraine without access to the airspace through southern Russia, or our troops would starve and they could not be evacuated. Well, that's good. Romney was right about, yeah, he was. He was correct. You spelled Rami was right. Romney, whatever. Biden was right about everything. Biden's pretty based. I also quite liked how based Joe Biden was on the topic of Bosnia. Those were some excellent compilations that you provided us with for the other night, Epic. Okay.
May be correct here.
Do you think, and I just want to play devil's advocate because this is something that is highly debated right now. It is true, just by the statute alone, it looks like that the officer acted according to the statute. The Supreme Court has ruled on what officers feel is imminent fear. It is true that she impeded the officers, and they have footage of her doing it the entire day. But how do you link that to a broader push for domestic terrorism? I think that's the part where some people struggle.
Oh my God! Make the right-wing arguments for us. Go on. Biden was right about everything except his chances for re-election. Yeah, that's true. He really should have dropped out. He really should have accepted that he was going to be one term. I love the clip of Biden reading the Riot Act to Republicans who were dragging their feet in opposing South African apartheid in 1989 between Yanukovych and the oh wait, hold on. I mean, something could be said about the fact that Europe also completely ignored Ukraine when Russia seized Crimea, and this came after an EU delegation tried to negotiate a settlement between Yanukovych and the protesters. Oh yeah, that's right. There were attempts to do negotiations. I think I understand the question you're asking about why Biden politically didn't make the push for sending troops into Ukraine. The biggest component of that was a lack of support from within Western Europe. The Germans were strongly opposed, as were the French. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, wasn't that the same reason why it took so long for the US to fucking intervene in Bosnia? Because the Western Europe were dragging their feet and they had to be convinced to support it before NATO could actually go in and do shit. And of course, by NATO, we basically mean the US, because I think it was mostly the US that did all that stuff. Yes, Biden was also wrong in appointing Garland. Yes, Garland was not a good pick because he was too... although really, I feel like we could make the argument that that was Garland's fault more so than Biden's, but yeah. In this particular case, it was an economic concern. The Germans needed access to Russian energy for the next 2 years at least. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. Yes, Western Europe, is Western Europe, did they finally manage to get off, of fucking Russian oil? Younger Biden would have made Taiwan and Kazakhstan as seats of the UN Security Council. I mean, he probably would have wanted to, but it wouldn't have been his decision alone. I mean, Nord Stream was a huge deal for Germany. Yeah, I know. That's shouldn't have pivoted away from nuclear. Breaking news, Trump has declared himself as Venezuela's acting president. Is that really breaking news, Sparkles? Is that, did he just do that? Hold on. Supreme Court won't take up an appeal brought by child abuse victims in Boy Scouts case, leaving a multi-million-dollar bankruptcy settlement in place. Oof, that's not great. Oh wait, or hold on, or is it an appeal brought by child sex abuse? Wait, what is this case about? I'll have to look into that in a sec. Yeah, I don't have, I don't know, I saw it on TikTok. Oh, Jesus, okay, let's not. Oh, yeah, he posted a Wiki. Yeah, we saw that earlier, Pragmatic. Yeah, he posted some dumb Wikipedia thing. I wouldn't really say that. He posted a meme. I don't really think that means anything. I remember Colbert was practically begging Biden to run in 2016 in an interview. Worst Biden decision. I mean, he should have, but his son had died recently, and I don't know if his heart was really in it. He should, but also at the same time, I don't know if he would have won. Although maybe he would have because he was Biden's vice president, or because he was Obama's vice president, and Obama was still pretty popular at the time, I think. And people, I don't know if the Republicans had the same kind of ammo against Joe Biden as they had against Hillary Clinton. Saying the woman was impeding law enforcement as a reason for shooting is wild. He would, yeah, okay, maybe he would have. According to the books I've read on that of American political history, Obama refused to endorse Biden and privately encouraged him not to run. Oof, okay. I wonder why he did that. That's weird. Shouldn't Trump try being acting president of the US first? Yeah, he should.
Well, it goes down to the motive. Was this done to be anti-government and to try to change the behavior of ICE? And if the answer is yes, and there's considerable evidence that that was her motive, she was part of the resistance.
I mean, isn't that literally what every protest is about? Why are you guys acting like this is such a weird, shocking thing? Obviously, yeah, it's because we don't like ICE. We have every right to not like ICE and to not protest. You can't, like, say that we're not allowed to do that.
Resistance involved in trying to obstruct and block and hinder ICE, then sure, that's domestic terrorism. It would.
No, it's not. Domestic terrorism requires the use of violence in order to achieve a political end. Obstructing is not necessarily violent. By this guy's definition, this guy must think sit-ins are domestic terrorism too. Biden and Obama had quite divergent beliefs. Part of the reason Obama chose Biden as vice president is he thought he would be too old to run for president. Obama saw this as an insurance policy against creating a new movement he didn't endorse. Obama is the secret villain of the 21st century. I mean, like, there are some issues with that, right? Apparently he was blindsided by Kamala being chosen to run, and I don't know if he wanted to have a primary or what. I don't know. New conspiracy just dropped. Patagonia fires were started by Israel. Wait, what? Which fires? I don't even know what you're talking about now. Are you talking about stuff in Iran? Patagonia? It's a clothing store. It's a clothing store. There's one in Toronto because Toronto has fucking everything. I don't even know if it's a good clothing store. Based Toronto. I mean, I wish it wasn't so expensive. I could never move back there because it's so fucking... Actually, there's other reasons why I don't particularly like or didn't like living in Toronto. Everything was expensive there, and also it wasn't really very scenic, which is unfortunate. Like, it's kind of ugly because it's like a fucking city. Patagonia is a defense contractor and clothing company that makes cold weather clothing for the military and hikers. Oh, in South America yeah, but where is... Okay, yeah, I don't even... Listen, guys, you might have to tell me about... Oh, okay. Oh, this is in Argentina. Why are people saying that wildfires are set by Israel? Whatever. Oh, Israeli tourist allegedly behind large fires of Argentina. Roya News. What is this? And why is Israeli in quotation marks? Okay. This is a Arabic publication. Are these... Yeah, I don't even know. Israel security. Oh, okay. These guys basically think Israel's not real. I see. Roya News is a Jordanian outlet. Oof. That's unfortunate. Okay.
It would be important if there was a prosecution here, but of course, the driver, Renee Good, is deceased.
Stop distracting me. If you guys actually don't want to do like any more MAGA shit, we can go to Ukraine and we can start doing that if that's what you all would like to do. Why do Israelis do 90% of global catastrophe when they make up 0.5% of the human population? I know, right?
Deceased, although, you heard the videotape in which her wife was saying, drive, baby, drive.
Right.
Well, that could be aiding and abetting fleeing police with a domestic terrorism motive. So, it still is relevant.
That's a good point. I want to get your thoughts on another case. The federal prosecutors in Washington, D.C. have opened up a criminal probe into Fed Chair Jerome Powell. What is your thoughts on this? Is there...
Oh, this is going to be some bullshit. I'm a paid agent of the Taiwan Independence Party that will do everything I can to distract you, Slushes. Thanks, Epic. Just asking questions.
Is there some standing here for a case such like this?
Sure, there could be. The question is, did Powell lie to the Senate Banking Committee about the costs of renovations of two rather lavish buildings? The overrun has been staggering in the billions. The irony, of course, is the Fed blames inflation for that. The question was Powell dishonest, deceptive, extravagant, lush amenities, gardens, fountains, fancy marble, ornate fixtures, luxury dining room? He denies any of that, but there was evidence it does exist. So the U.S. attorney, which began the probe a couple of months ago, has now issued grand jury subpoenas. But just because you do that doesn't mean criminal charges will eventually ensue.
Oh, so there's no indictment yet. Okay. If I understand what's going on here correctly.
We'll wait and see.
He claims that it is government retribution because he refuses to lower the interest rate. Is that going to be a credible defense for him?
Well, it could be under the label of, retribution and selective process.
Yes, they're trying to say that the renovations were like waste, or that he was asking for too much by wasting stuff. And yeah, they've been talking about this for a while. They're just trying to go at him. It's all political though, right? Like everything Trump does, anytime he goes after people, it's because he doesn't like them, even if they did something wrong. This is the same guy Donald appointed in his first term. Yeah, it's because Powell's not bending over backwards to appease Trump, and Trump wants to put a yes man in there.
Prosecution is the sort of thing that others like James Comey, Letitia James have made in their respective cases. So it is a possible defense here.
Copy that. Greg Jarrett, thank you so much.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And Brian Kilmeade. Okay. That's enough of that. Oh God. I might need to switch to my other earbuds. Sometimes wearing these things hurts, and sometimes it's fine. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with that. But to be fair, a lot of the right has hated the Fed forever. Yeah, I'm aware. I know that a lot of them have hated the Fed and that they just want to get rid of it. But that's a thing that happens. I can't get over how often Trump talked about the Fed building taking too long. Yeah, it's rather amusing, especially because that Brian kill the homeless Mead. Oh yes, true. It's actually funny because that you would think that this kind of lavish shit, this allegedly lavish shit, if true, would match Trump's tastes, But obviously he doesn't like that because he doesn't like Powell. He's not a fan. He is not a fan of Powell because Powell will not toe the line. Okay. So I think Euromaidan conspiracy theories. So largely perpetrated by pro-Kremlin sources, primarily claim the revolution was a Western orchestrated coup d'etat and that the massacre of protesters was a false flag operation carried out by the opposition. So I was looking this up before. Let's see, Euromaidan timeline. Oh yeah, let me change my title. or kind of change my title. Ukraine research. Okay. All right. So, timeline of Euromaidan. I remember that I was looking at this. So this was 2013. Basically, this happened after the association agreement. People started going out on the streets because they wanted to join they wanted the European Union thing. Revolution of Dignity is the thing that preceded Euromaidan. Oh yeah, that's the Revolution of Dignity is the that's the 2008 one, isn't it? Also the Orange Revolution. It's also called that, I believe, or was that something else? Let's get our timeline right. Orange Revolution, Ukraine. Okay, so oh, this was in 2004 to 2005. Okay, so this is something different. Caused by the Kuch Kuchmagate crisis severely undermined the legitimacy of President Leonid Kuchma and his candidate, the Prime Minister Viktor Yanukovych. Oh yeah, Viktor Yanukovych like wound up leaving. Disputed results of the second round of the 2004 Ukraine presidential election. Anti-oligarch and anti-corruption measures. Yeah, so there's been a lot of instances. So that's the Orange Revolution. Revolution of Dignity. I think this was the 2008 one. Oh no, the Revolution of Dignity, Euromaidan Revolution. So wait, it's the same thing. Is it the same thing or is the AI wrong? Yeah, no, it's not. This is the Revolution of Dignity, also known as the Maidan Revolution, Ukrainian Revolution, took place in February. Okay, the Revolution of Dignity equals the Euromaidan, or is Euromaidan. The who? James, this? Oh, cassette scandal. The cassette scandal. Also known as Tapegate or Kuchmagate. There we go. That's it. I see. There's I'm so glad that the adding of gate to political things is a thing that everybody enjoys doing around the world. It's not just an American thing. Was a Ukrainian political scandal in 2000 in which Ukrainian President Leonid Kuchma was caught on tape ordering the months earlier kidnapping of journalist Georgy Gongadze, Jesus Christ, these names, whose decapitated corpse had recently been found. Oh, geez. The scandal was one of the main political events in Ukraine post-independence history, in Ukraine's post-independence history, dramatically affecting the country's domestic and foreign policy. The scandal triggering the Ukraine without Kuchma protests also began a slow and gradual shift of Ukraine's political and cultural orientation from Russia towards the West, although this only became more pronounced after Euromaidan in 2013 to 2014. The scandal also damaged Kuchma's political career. Damn. So this journalist was killed after he got kidnapped on order of the president. Holy fuck. Okay. No, it's the 2012 one in November, and it happened on Euromaidan as well. Okay. Is that the Revolution of Dignity? Because that's not what... Oh, it says Revolution of Dignity is part of Euromaidan. Like it says this was in 2014, unless you're saying this is something else. But it looks like this is the actual revolution that Euromaidan culminated in. February 18th to 23rd, 2014. Like the Euromaidan protests culminated in this revolution. If you want maximum brain damage, watch Ukraine on Fire by Oliver Stone, not to be confused with Winter on Fire. I'm not gonna watch Oliver Stone shit. If Winter on Fire is a good documentary, then I might check this. Wait, you may be right. Maybe I'm confusing the two. Well, I don't know what 2012 thing you're referring to. But like, I feel like Lactoid's probably mainly just going to focus on the Euromaidan timeline. Oops, didn't mean to bump the microphone like that. Depends on how you want this to count, I guess. I've usually heard Ukrainians refer to a revolution of dignity as part of the peaceful protests, and Euromaidan, the direct resistance part. I mean, it sounds like the revolution of dignity was the actual resistance, or was the actual revolution, and that the Euromaidan was like a general term for the entirety of the protests. Like the demonstrations and the civil unrest. So we're gonna Control F sniper. Okay. Really? This is unhelpful because I know that there was. Where's the thing about? Because I was reading over this before. Oh wait, police clash with protesters. This might be it. 11th of December 2013. Oh yeah, and Berkut. Yeah, the Berkut were also there. They surrounded the Maidan Square in order to clear out all the remaining protesters, barricades, and encampments from its periphery in what was described as a what the hell? My dad is messaging me, so sorry guys. Oh, the Maidan Park or the Maidan Square. Several police officers confirmed they had been given orders to clear barricades from the boundaries of the square, but did not remove the camp that had sprung up inside the square. Yeah, like they had like camps basically that like they had literally built encampments. They were camped out there. Line of riot police. So this is December 8th. Fall of the monument. Oh, this is when they pulled down the Lenin monument. When they demolished the statue of Lenin. Associated Press correspondence. 70%. Oh yeah, this was another thing too. So November 30th attack on protesters. Because Yanukovych literally passed a law. So initially, Euromaidan started on the night 2,000 protesters gathered at Kiev's Maidan Square. That's what that, or Kiev's Independent Square, and began to organize themselves with the help of social networks. After he heard of the Ukrainian government decree to suspend preparations for the signing of the association agreement on the 21st, 2013, the opposition party faction led by faction leader Arseny Yatsenyuk. Oh yeah, this is the guy that they talk about in that phone call. He called, okay, so the opposition leader called for protests and he dubbed it Euromaidan. The blog of Yuri Andreev on correspondent.net asked people to gather on Maidan. Okay, so the opposition were calling for these protests. 2,000 people converged on the evenings of the 22nd of November to protest the decision. Yeah, so because they wanted the association agreement. So let's have a look at this too. is a treaty between the European Union and its member states and a association agreement. Okay, so that's in general what this is. Is there one about Ukraine in here specifically? Association agreements in force. Okay. Ukraine association agreement. So it looks like they did theirs in 2017, hella based. The European Union Ukraine Association Agreement. So they did sign it. The agreement entered into force on September 1st, 2017. I mean, yeah, I'm just trying to communicate. Oh, I'm not looking at. You should watch the Sarcasmatron series on Ukraine. It's really good. There's also a series of lectures that Timothy Snyder did that are available. Yeah, I know. Honestly, I'm a little bit wary of like watching or of using Timothy Snyder as a source. Not necessarily because he gets stuff wrong with, because I know he's just trying to push a political agenda. If I'm going to learn about like the history of Ukraine, I'd rather learn about it from a historian than a political scientist. Which, you know, but I think Sarcasmatron probably did something there. But like, I guess we'll see. Because I don't know if I'm gonna like read like any book. I just want like a general understanding of the history of Ukraine. But the stuff that I really need to look at is like Euromaidan, because Lactoid is obsessed with his weird Euromaidan conspiracy theories and this strange notion that like Eastern Ukraine was basically betrayed by Western Ukraine, and that they didn't get self-determination and they really just want to be part of Russia, even though they don't. I think the polls show they'd like to be closer to, or remain close to Russia. But I mean, as far as I'm aware, the association agreement never said that Ukraine had to stop trading with Russia, and they could have kept trading. History, initial steps, stalling. November 21st, the Rada, the Verkhovna Rada failed to pass any of the six motions on allowing the former Prime Minister Yulia Tymoshenko to receive medical treatment abroad, which was an EU demand for the association agreement. Same week, Tymoshenko had stated that she was ready to ask the EU to drop the demand for her freedom if it meant President Viktor Yanukovych would sign the association agreement. The same day, Ukrainian government decree suspended preparations for signing of the agreement. Instead, it proposed the creation of a three-way trade commission between Ukraine, the European Union, and Russia that would resolve trade issues between both sides. Prime Minister Mykola Azarov issued the decree in order to ensure the national security of Ukraine and all consideration. I've heard that Russia basically bullied them behind the scenes, and like with economic pressure. I need to find, is that true? The Russian presidency press secretary Dmitry Peskov called the Ukrainian decree a strictly internal and sovereign decision for the country, and we think we have no right to comment on it, and say that Russia was prepared to have a tripartite negotiations with Ukraine and the EU on trade and economic issues, while at the same time, numerous Russian institutions started what was described as a campaign of threats, insults, and preemptive trade restrictions against Ukrainian businesses. Oof, okay. What are the sources for this? Russia seeks to derail Ukraine's trade deal with EU, deploying taunts and insults. Why is this from 2022? What the hell is this? Oh, it's from 2013. Wait, what? Go away! Fuck you! Do I not have... Hold on. Yeah, it didn't help. Also, oh, you guys are talking amongst yourselves. Okay. Just a sec, guys. I need to get around this. Because fuck this. Actually, let me see if and in order to get around this, we're gonna use we're gonna sail the high seas. I guess I have to download this again. There. Yeah, that's right, Washington Post. Fuck you. Fuck you and your paywalls. Okay. Let us continue. Soviets fought the Germans for 1,418 days in World War II. Today, the Russians have fought the Ukrainians for 1,418 days. Goddamn, that's unfortunate. Or, well, I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate they don't just give up and stop. Okay, so we've got this article. So we've got a bunch of articles. Russia seeks to derail deploying taunts and insults. Okay. All right. Oops. Ah. Okay. So, you know, Wikipedia, it'd be great if you did the new tab thing. What else do we have here? Russia's Medvedev warns Ukraine over joining Eastern Bloc. Russia threatens Ukraine with bankruptcy over plans to sign EU agreement. Oof. EU, Russia to blame the failures. Russia to blame for failures of Ukraine deal. So this is from the Associated Press. Okay, so yeah, it looks like they were basically trying to economically blackmail them. The European Parliament's monitoring mission in Ukraine stated also on November 21st, 2023, there was still a possibility to sign the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement. The same day, Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych stated an alternative for reforms in Ukraine and an alternative for European integration do not exist. We are walking along this path and are not changing direction. Yeah, he definitely really wanted to, initially he wanted to do it. Okay, further up here. Consideration of promulgation. Prime Minister Mykola Azarov issued the decree in order to ensure the national security of Ukraine, and in consideration of the possible ramifications of trade with Russia and other CIS countries, Commonwealth of Independent States. Well, that's like a Eurasia thing. If the agreement was signed on a 28th to 29th of November summit in Vilnius, according to the Deputy Vilnius. Is that not in Russia? Where's Vilnius? Oh, it's in Lithuania. Okay. I feel silly now. Honestly, I feel a little bit better about the fact that I don't automatically know all this shit, because other streamers that I watch don't always automatically know all this shit, and they kind of aren't afraid to say anything about it. So that makes me happy. And it's kind of hard to trust Yanukovych on his sincerity following the EU deal, considering the hindsight. Oh yeah, no, I know exactly, but I believe that he was initially in favor of it. Okay, so Russia kind of pretended that they had no issues, but they actually did have issues. The European Parliament's mission in Ukraine, okay, blah, blah, blah. In the days following Euromaidan, the biggest protests since the Orange Revolution were being held in Kyiv by opposition parties. November 26th, the European government admitted that Russia had asked it to delay signing the EU Association Agreement and that it wanted better terms for the EU deal. As soon as we reach a level that is comfortable for us when it meets our interests, when we agree on normal terms, then we will be talking about signing, President Yanukovych stated in a televised interview. Yeah, so people got mad about this because they clearly saw that Russia was doing some meddling in the background. Same day, Russian President Vladimir Putin called for an end to the criticism of the Ukrainian decision to delay the association agreement, and that the EU deal was bad for Russia's security interests. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Does he explain why? Putin says Ukraine deal is a threat to Russia, Europe, Al Jazeera. Why? Why? You can't just say that. Vladimir Putin said on Tuesday a free trade deal between the European Union and Ukraine that was controversially put on hold last week would have been a major threat to the Russian economy. What? They can still trade with you, bro. What is this weirdness? Kyiv admitted Moscow had asked it to delay signing the pact. Well, President EU Yanukovych said he would consider signing under new terms. Ukrainian government suspended talks last week on the political and free trade accord, seen as a key step toward Ukraine EU membership, which its Soviet-era master Russia had vehemently opposed. So this is literally just, you're getting too close and we don't like it. You're getting too close to Europe and we want you to remain like with us and our puppet and we want to use you. Yeah. I mean, he was openly in favor of it, but today it's often considered that he was just saying it to garner support because it's also just another excuse. In hindsight, Putin has always wanted the reunification of the Russian Empire. Oh yeah, I know he has. Oh, hello, Toby. You can see him say this specifically during the Tucker interview. Oh God, the fucking Tucker interview. I'm gonna have to watch the goddamn Tucker interview and listen to Putin like ramble about Oleg and all that shit. Just in, Iranian diplomats banned from entering European Parliament, political. Oh, hey, you know what? Based. That's the case. There's something that I haven't heard talked about in the streamer world, and that's really core to understanding the security dynamic here, and I hope you can look into it. Putin first announced his ambitions to restore the Soviet system and the borders of the Soviet Union at the 2007 Munich Security Conference. Oh, did he now? I mean, I know that that's what he wanted. I'm not exactly sure when he started saying that. My understanding, too, is that he's written essays about how Ukraine is part of Russia. Focus on Ukraine from 2014 on completely misses that fact. Oh, so you feel like 2007 was a better... I mean, like, my understanding is that the Poles and several other, and like Lithuania and Latvia and all those other countries that ended up eventually joining NATO, that they were spurred on to basically push Clinton to let them into NATO as a result of things Putin was saying, like I think in the 90s. The Pentagon was already quite aware of Putin's territorial ambitions from 2007 onwards. Putin had been quite explicit at the security conference that the collapse of the Soviet Union was an offense by the West that needed to be rectified. Oh, it wasn't, actually, wait, no, I don't even think it was Putin in the 90s, but like that Russia in general just wanted to take the whole thing back. And I think people were also quite scared about what happened in Chechnya as well. The Russian government has a transcript of the Tucker interview that I found more digestible. Okay, you know what? I think that might be easier if I could just like skim through it rather than fucking, and then I can actually just copy and paste quotes. Yes, Chase, like Lebensraum. Honestly, I find that there are far more parallels between like the shit Russia's trying to do today and the shit Nazi Germany tried to do than like fucking Israel. It's so much closer. It feels like they want their empire back. They think all this stuff belongs to them. And all the weird shit about helping out ethnic Russians, like that's right out of the Nazi playbook. That's what the Nazis said. That was their excuse for like they wanted Austria and felt like Austria belonged to them because there were German people living there. And then they also made claims about Germans getting persecuted in other countries that they attacked early on. 2007 is when direct competition between NATO and Russia started. Yes, okay. Georgia, 2008, Ukraine, 2014. That's all part of the competition. Okay, what about Chechnya though? Did Chechnya not scare like many of those European countries that managed to join NATO early on, like under Clinton? Well, it's not Lebensraum, it's more about ideological completedness in Russian nationalism. Ukrainians are not real and are just Russians that have been converted by Yeah, I know. I'm aware that they're not like it's not a one-to-one thing. But there are things that I feel like are so similar. It's very funny. Russia literally expelled the Germans in now Kaliningrad after the end of World War II. Yes, they did. That is a thing that they did. They claimed ethnic Germans were being persecuted in Poland. Yeah, they did. That was their thing. They said ethnic Germans were being persecuted. China also with Iran nationalism. There was discrimination against Russian speakers, but it was in response to systemic discrimination towards Ukrainians and in alliance with the EU starter. Yeah, I mean, that's different. That's also something else that I will have to dig into because I know Lactoid's going to bring up all these instances of like supposed discrimination against Russian people. Which, I mean, although I don't even know why I should bother looking into that because the actual answer to that is, yeah, okay, bro, but that doesn't give Russia the right to roll tanks in. Because that's not how that works. Like, the only thing I really think I would have to deal with there is the genocide claim. Because that would be the only one where if Russia or if Ukraine was actually committing genocide against, like, ethnic Russians in the Donbass, then they would have, then, like, other countries would have a right to intervene because that's usually, like, the barometer that we set. But we, like, that claim is bullshit. Lactoid will probably just talk about how you can't speak Russian in Ukraine, which is just untrue. Well, yeah, I know. Or how you can't teach Russian in Ukrainian schools, which is also untrue. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'll even like bother to like argue on those particular points. Really, my argument would basically just be that doesn't give Russia the right to roll in or like to support like or to like arm separatist movements or to meddle around in Ukraine. Like, that's not how that works. And we wouldn't be okay with that in any other instance. Like, Lactoid himself would not be okay with the United States doing that same shit in another country in favor of, like, helping out, like, Christians or some other shit like that. Or that the primary language in Ukrainian schools is Ukrainian and not Russian, which is also false. I imagine that, like, in Eastern Ukraine, where there are a lot more Russian speakers, the primary language probably would be Russian. Like, I think Zelensky grew up speaking Russian more so than Ukrainian because of where he was from. Ukrainian Anna, is true for her. Like, that she speaks very good Russian, and that's part of the reason why. Okay. Imprisoned opposition leader Yulia Tymoshenko, whose freedom was one of the EU demands rejected by Kyiv, announced on Monday that she was on hunger strike until the EU deal was signed. That's actually crazy. Why did they put her in prison? Anytime you've got imprisoned opposition leaders, that's like a crazy red flag. What the hell did she do? Served as Prime Minister of Ukraine in 2005 and again in 2007 until 2010. The first woman in Ukraine to hold that position. She has been a member of the Verkhovna Rada as the People's Deputy of Ukraine several times between 1997 and 2007. She co-led the Orange Revolution and was the first woman. When did she get imprisoned? In the concluding days of the Revolution of Dignity, she was released after 3 years in jail. From 2011 to 2014, she was detained due to a criminal case that was seen by many as politically motivated persecution by President Viktor Yanukovych. But after the Revolution of Dignity, she was rehabilitated by the Supreme Court of Ukraine and the European Court of Human Rights. Oh, so she was literally... What did they try to do? Say she was corrupt? Oh, bribery. I mean, this is probably bullshit if the EU wanted her to be released. I imagine they probably like have their shit together with regards to that. But okay, so I guess I'll have to look into that more later to find out the extent to which that would, like, maybe she did do some wrong things, but it was like, it went way too far, kind of like the Operation Car Wash thing. Anna is from Kharkiv, and as far as I know, she has Russian roots because she is from the soft border between what Russia/Ukraine was in the Russian Empire. Interesting. Okay. The EU has accused Russia of pressuring its smaller neighbor not to sign the deal at a summit in Vilnius this week. Better terms wanted. Okay. I ask our friends in Brussels, my personal good friends in the European Commission, to hold back on the sharp words, Putin said. As soon as we reach a deal that is comfortable for us, all right. President Yanukovych has called for calm and the violent mass demonstration. Yeah, Jesus Christ, it's kind of insane. So Moscow basically was like interfering. Prime Minister Azarov stated, will affirm with full authority. Okay. So that is true, because that is something that I heard. Cease to derail Ukraine. Timeline of Euromaidan. Okay, so on the night of November 30th, 2013, 4 a.m., armed with batons, stun grenades, and tear gases, Berkut special police units attacked and dispersed all protesters from the Independence Square while suppressing mobile phone communications. The police attacked not only the protesters, most of whom failed to put up resistance, but also other civilians in the vicinity of the square when the Berkut forces chased unarmed people several hundreds of meters and continued to beat them with batons and feet. Initially, 35 people were injured as a result of the militia raid, including a Reuters cameraman and a photographer. Other protesters were detained. Most protesters were students. 9:20, Berkut besieged St. Michael's Golden Domed Monastery, where 50 Euromaidan, where approximately 50 Euromaidan activists, including the injured, found sanctuary. Police spokeswoman Olia Bilya justified the police raid by saying that protesters were interfering with preparations to decorate the square for the Christmas and New Year's holidays. Oh, damn. And accused them of throwing stones and burning logs. Minister of Internal Affairs later apologized and claimed riot police abused their power and promised a thorough investigation. By state television, he added, if there are calls for mass disturbances, then we will react to this harshly. In an official statement, Ukrainian deputy prosecutor confirmed 75 people were injured in the raid, including 6 students, 4 reporters, and 2 foreigners. 10 people were hospitalized. In addition, 7 policemen were also injured. Oh, hey, you know who was there on the ground during this shit? Tim Pool. And he talked about it on Reddit. And he had a pretty thorough understanding of the situation. But now, if you listen to Tim Pool talk about Ukraine, it's just a bunch of bullshit. The 30th of November 2013 at 1300, another spontaneous meeting is taking place at St. Michael's Square Monastery. Oh, okay, because the square continued to be guarded by the Berkut formations. Ambassadors from some 10 countries of the European Union visited protesters at the meeting. By 1600, the meeting gathered some 5,000 people who were shouting, "Won't forgive," and revolution. St. Michael's Square, the protesters started to form units of self-resistance. Approximately 10,000 protesters remained in the evening of the 30th, with an estimated 10,000 more from Lviv traveling to Kyiv on Saturday night. On the 30th of November, opposition parties, Svoboda was one of them, set up headquarters of national resistance throughout Ukraine. Okay, so they set up multiple headquarters in different places. I want to find in Viceland Ukraine doc and compare it to him screaming Ukraine is the enemy. Yeah. Crazy how millions of dollars from the Russian government changes a man. So much hate. Oh, hey, Duckbringer. Also, you could just ask Anna about it, since if you want, since you said you can talk to her. Oh yeah, I would be interested. Yeah, I will probably do that at some point. I remember in 2014 when Russian troops first started entering Ukraine, there was a glorious 2 weeks where there was actual prospects of US strikes on Russians, but then the cowards won the political debate. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to look at all that stuff too, and basically the course of that, the whole Donbass thing, because I know that all of that started because, God, what was his name? The guy who was leading that stuff was a Russian dude, and he came in with like a bunch of men, and like not a Ukrainian Russian, but yeah, because Svoboda is derived from OUN, aka the old Ukrainian nationalists that are drastically opposed to Russia and Poland. No, not Yanukovych. It was, I mean, there was a guy who was leading troops on the ground in the Donbass, and he was a Russian guy. I think that he like came in and he was like leading people there. Do not let in Russian troops enter the Ukrainian border from day one. There were organized Russian regular forces in Ukraine. Oh, Igor Girkin. That's the guy. Yes, him. That guy. I didn't know that guy was Russian. I thought that like he was some Ukrainian dude that was super pro-Russia or whatever, maybe an ethnic Russian. But no, he was actually, he is a Russian. And he came in with his guys. Strelok, is he another one? Or Strelkov, is he another guy? Okay, so these are the Euromaidan riots. A series of riots occurred in downtown Kyiv, Ukraine, the 1st of December 2013 in response to the violent crackdown on Euromaidan's peaceful protesters and journalists on the night of November 30th. Okay. When did they pass the law? Day after the riots. Oh geez, tractor assaults. Recruit police attacked protesters on the night of November 30th. God damn. I'm sure I can probably also find lots of video from this. I don't know what the sign here says. Yellow and black flag. I'm guessing this must be some sort of symbol of the revolution, but I'm not sure. I'll have to look up all the different symbols that people used. Oh, that's his call sign? Okay. That's Gherkin's call sign. Gherkin is the guy who, and it was a Soviet-built surface-to-air missile. Do you remember when a Russian surface-to-air missile downed the KLM Dutch Airlines flight, MH17? Yeah, I do remember that. That was a Soviet surface-to-air missile under the Russian possession, fired from a Russian vehicle operated by Russians inside the Donbass. Yeah, it was, yeah, Gherkin ordered that. Yeah, I remember that. I believe, I'm pretty sure he's wanted for that still. Is he still... Okay, yeah, he is still alive. Jesus, look at this fucking rat. Minister of Defense is a Russian army veteran and former federal security. So he's former SSB officer, played a key role in the Russian annexation of Crimea and then the Donbass War as an organizer of militant groups in the Donetsk People's Republic. In 2024, he was convicted on charges of inciting extremism. Earlier, he received a life sentence in absentia in the Netherlands for his role in the downing of Malaysia Airlines Flight 17. Yeah, I thought I remember something about that. He admitted responsibility for sparking the Donbass War in eastern Ukraine when, in April 2014, he led a group of armed Russian militants who seized Sloviansk His role in the siege gained him influence and attention, and he was appointed to the position of Minister of Defense of the Donetsk People's Republic, a puppet state of Russia. Gherkin was charged with terrorism by Ukrainian authorities. He has also been sanctioned by the European Union, United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Japan, Canada, based, and Switzerland for his leading role in the war in eastern Ukraine. Okay, so this motherfucker, this fucking rat fuck here is responsible for a whole bunch of shit. And he's not even Ukrainian. He was born in Moscow. Yeah, that's fucking insane. Kalinda, do you remember what time the debate / panel was supposed to be? Oh, the Loner Box one? That's like tonight at 6. At like 6 p.m. because it's a WIC panel. He is as Moscow as they come. Yeah, so this motherfucker is not... How the fuck do they even... So, like, these guys try to claim that Russia was in a civil war in the Donbass. Like, even that, or not Russia, that in the Donbass it was a civil war that was being fought in Ukraine. Like, even that is just like a propaganda talking point because it wasn't really a civil war. It was all sparked by Russia. Like how many Ukrainians were even part of this? It was probably not even that many. It sounds like so much of this was like spurred on by Russia, and Russia was basically the ones doing this shit. It's kind of nutty. If Obama was a good president, we would have drone strike this man in 2014. Yeah, but instead, this motherfucker is still alive. What the fuck's he doing right now? Military allegiance, Russia, Transnistria, Republic of Srpska. What? Oh, he served in the Chechen Wars. Was this motherfucker doing shit in Bosnia? FSB service, 1996 to 2003. Oh my God. In 1999, he published his memoirs of fighting in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In 2014, he was accused by Bosnian media and a retired Bosnian army officer of having been involved in the Visegrad massacres in which thousands of civilians were killed in 1992. What the fuck? I feel like I'm saying this name wrong. Because I remember reading about this. Oh yeah, because this was another. There were a bunch of towns in Bosnia that the Serbs, they went in there and they just like straight up murdered people. And it was often done. It was often done by Mladic or Mladic. He was usually the guy who did that shit. Like, yeah, actually, it kind of bothers me more than a little bit that there was a guy in Loner Cord yesterday comparing what happened in Bosnia, the Bosnian genocide, with what Israel is doing right now. When we like have so much clear intent shit on tape, like Jesus Christ, like I think it was Radovan Karadzic who like that guy basically gleefully admitted to having his snipers shoot people in Sarajevo at the protests, like peaceful demonstrators. When he did his interview for the Death of Yugoslavia series, he talked about that, and like he air quoted peaceful protesters, and he said, like, you know, go take care of these guys, and they were fucking peaceful. The S is pronounced like SH. Okay. Oh, so it's Visegrad or Visegrad. Why is this not ringing any bells? I should check my notes. The Serbian forces would bombard the densest areas of an urban area first, and they would train to bombard evacuation routes simultaneously. Yeah, we have we've also got Mladic on tape basically like saying to target the area, like to target Muslim neighborhoods in Sarajevo during the siege. Like, he wanted to do that, and he had like some really haunting quotes about like making it a living nightmare for them and shit. Karadzic had his own fucking prophecy speech in front of the Bosnian parliament, where he basically said something like, "You are not ready for war, and if you do this, if you try to declare independence, then it will be your annihilation," or something to that effect. Like it was literally his prophecy speech, where he essentially like predicted that the Serbs were going to kill all the Bosniaks if they tried to like gain independence. The worst were the Serbo-Croat militias. Oh yeah, they did massacres in Croatia too. Yeah. That was another thing. I think that was when I think Arkan's Tigers were involved in that, and it was Ron Haviv. He was a photojournalist who took a bunch of pictures. Oh, he's still alive. This guy captured he captured one of the massacres that the Serbs did in it was Vukovar. And the siege of Sarajevo and atrocities committed at Serb concentration camps in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yeah, Vukovar was in Croatia. I think it was it after? Oh no, it was this. This was in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Virginia, I can't remember how to say the city name. Yeah, Haviv was embedded with Arkan's Tigers. Arkan was like one of the fucking he was like a he was one of the Serbian militia members. He led like a militia group. His earlier interactions with the Tigers in Croatia included photographing their commander Arkan, who expressed particular interest in an image of himself posing with a baby tiger and a gun. Oh gee, yeah, this is a famous photograph that Haviv took of him posing with a baby tiger. Jesus fuck. That's like an actual, I thought that was a stuffed animal at first, but no, it's not. Tigers equals War Crimes Brigade, yeah. Serbs also like to mine evacuation routes before they started mortaring towns. Oh yeah, that was another thing that they did too. And they also tried to, when the UN initially, when the UN troops were trying to get into Srebrenica, the Bosnians or the Serbs didn't want to let them in. And they actually it took them a while to even be allowed to go in. And the Serbs mined the road. One of the UN armored vehicles actually almost got blown up by a mine, but because they were armored, it was okay. And they managed to get into Srebrenica. But that was a thing that they did. They really didn't want them going in there. And then when they did go in there, once they got there, in order to talk to the people in there, because they wanted to bring them supplies and stuff, then when they tried to leave, their vehicles got swarmed by a whole bunch of people in there who were saying, hey, you need to help us. You have to come and help us. And they ended up being persuaded to offer help. And there's this video that kind of is almost haunting. It was in the Death of Yugoslavia miniseries of the UN general, the French dude whose name I can't remember now, of him going, you are now under the protection of the United Nations. And he was announcing on a big loudspeaker. Yeah, that shit, he did that, and he kind of just unilaterally did that, and obviously the UN were quite angry with him. Yeah, there's a famous video where the UN convoy is stopped due to mines, and a francophone UN soldier says, I'm not even going to attempt to read that. There are only 2 times in the history of warfare that long-range fires have been used as a tool of genocide. The first was the German air bombardment of Warsaw in 1939. The second was Serbia. Yeah, it was, and they expressed their intent to do so, but that wasn't the only tool of genocide too, is also the kind of important thing. Don't forget about Dresden, Jesus Christ. But I mean, now people would say that bombing Gaza is being used as a tool of genocide, but I don't see the intent in the same way here. Even the worst quotes that we have from Israeli politicians are nowhere near as bad as target the Muslim neighborhoods. This is where the Serbs live. You know, he's just calling for killing civilians. I mean, these guys were pretty unhinged about it, and they were pretty straightforward. So much so, it's actually crazy how much they thought that they must have thought they were safe and they weren't going to get caught, that they were willing to do interviews afterwards, calling air quoting peaceful protesters and talking about they had their snipers at the Holiday Inn just fucking shoot people. Oh, hey, SDA, base Tigers, Kosovo, stop trolling. I think in another Discord, SDA like jokingly was talking about Arkan's tigers, and then like he had to write afterwards. He was like, Arkan's tigers were actually really bad, guys. Yeah, there was one particular massacre that that this guy photographed. Aviv documented their violent actions against capture the first documented war crimes of the conflict. So this was in, I could have swore there was another instance of this, but maybe this was the main one. Bosnian War. Yeah, it was this. This was the Ron Haviv's image kicking a dying Bosnian Muslim woman. Yeah, like, geez. They basically just went in there and slaughtered a whole bunch of people. And yeah, Ron Haviv photographed, I think, yeah, this was the first like big war crime of the Bosnian War. Motive, establishment of homogenous Serb territory. Yeah. Also, Jesus Christ, SDA, you're saying Kosovo is Serb? Like, we're not talking about Kosovo. Wait, was Arkan also active in Kosovo? It wouldn't surprise me if he was. A lot of these guys were there, like, were doing the same shit. Like, I mean, Mladic was in Croatia first, and then he moved to Bosnia to command the forces there. And I think it was Milosevic who put him in charge of both. Oh, you have no idea. Okay, I see. Yeah, I'm aware you don't actually know like a fuckload about this. I'm still learning about it too, but. Yeah, like this was fucking crazy. Deaths 48 to 78 verified. There were other massacres in Croatia as well where they did the same thing in order to clear out in order to like clear out towns and stuff, and ethnic cleansing too. That was like the same spot where it happened. Speaking of how American and Russian forces can find themselves on opposite sides of the line of contact, American and Russian forces came into contact multiple times in Serbia. The most recent we have killed Russian forces directly was in Syria when Trump was in his first term in office. Oh, interesting. Also, by the way, SDA, tear gas in chat is epic fail. And like, I don't know. I feel like you guys probably could get along just fine. If this like, but I'm wondering if there's actually even that much disagreement between the two of you about like actual like international shit, because I know that your argument against one another didn't have anything to do with that. Oh, you're going to Croatia? Interesting, Chase. You'll have to like show us pictures and stuff. I assume you're going to visit historical landmarks and shit. Yo, what's up, epic fail? I'm Spore, nice to see you. Yeah. But I guess like me trying to get the two of you guys to talk is probably just not going to happen. No, I don't have time to deal with someone who spends the first hour and a half of a conversation talking about how smart they are. Oh, geez. Okay, then. I just don't know if you would disagree with any of the stuff that he's been telling me. Because I know that you know a whole bunch of shit about this too, although you're not in the US Air Force, but you obviously know a whole bunch about a lot of this stuff, and that you know people and you've read a whole bunch about all this shit. To be fair, Epic is pretty smart. Well, I mean, yeah, but you don't need to talk about how smart you are if that, yeah, I don't know. Epic, SDA is Punish Dog's ass, who you, I'm guessing, probably blocked, who you got into it with in David's Discord. And I mean, listen, Epic, I love you, but you do have a tendency to get really mad at people and start calling them retarded when they give you like pushback, and it's kind of cringe. But I mean, I'm glad that like you just block people, but yeah, you probably did just block SDA. SDA is, yeah, his name is Punish Dog's ass, and you guys got into an argument about like modifying cars and AI or some shit. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I think I know this one. Yeah, I blocked them because they were just being an asshole to me. I don't think I've ever had a conversation with them. I think they have just seen me talk to other people. Sometimes we do be kind of retarded, though. I definitely don't spend an hour talking about how smart I am. I think smart I think I am, and I think pretty often I try to make it clear I don't think I'm special. I just have a certain education. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe you did think that he was being an asshole to you, but like, yeah, I feel like you guys both kind of, you know, we've had several conversations across multiple discords, originally in Loner Cord. Oh, did you? Like, did you guys only start like hating on each other recently? Oh, I know this person. They asked me my opinion about AI, and when I gave them my opinion, they started calling me a liar and said I was a fake mechanic, even though I don't claim to be a mechanic. I'm not sure that's an accurate summary of what happened, but I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna take sides in this. I feel like that whole discussion was kind of stupid, but whatever. This dude is going to twist every interaction we ever had. It's not accurate. I mean, I feel like I read it a long time ago. It just seems stupid. Like, you guys basically just evolved into like sniping at each other incredibly quickly. And it just got kind of ridiculous. But, you know, that do be how it goes. Check your DMs. I sent you something on the current topic. Yeah, I know. You sent me something from Zizek. That's about the Yugoslav conflict. The Yugoslav conflict isn't necessarily the current topic. The current topic is supposed to be Ukraine. But the reason why the Yugoslav conflict became the current topic is because I found out that fucking Igor Girkin was involved in the fucking in the massacre of or was involved in the Yugoslav war. Where the fuck did my in like Bosnia and shit. This fucking rat. Like, is this guy the Where's Waldo of Russian war crimes? It's not very important, but someone can grab the Lars if you really care. I don't have access to that channel and that Discord, and I generally don't care, to be honest. I mean, if you guys don't care, I kind of am curious as to whether or not you would, like, let bygones be bygones. Although, remembering that conversation, I think the person you're referring to is kind of unhinged, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, he knows a lot of stuff, and I will usually talk to him about, like, these kinds of things, or whatever. But now, like, I'm also talking to you, and I'm curious as to where you guys disagree. Like, I think you guys might disagree on China, because Epic, you seem to think that, then, if they stop being rude to me and accusing me of lying about my background, then I would unblock them. That's all I really care about. Is he Russian Ariel Sharon? Yeah, he might be. This guy might be that. Although I don't know if he's committed as many war crimes. But at the very least, he's committed, like, he's done, like, not good things. This guy seems to just be, like, is this guy just everywhere? He's just involved in all this shit. Because, I mean, he did shoot down that civilian airliner. And he was involved in the Chechen wars, and that was, like, a whole slew of insanity. I should also probably read about that, too. Just to kind of get, like, a good understanding of everything. I don't know, SDA, like, I'm not sure where you got the impression that, did the Beslan school siege happen during the Chechen wars? Beslan school siege. September 1st, 2004, was a terrorist attack that occurred from September 1st, 2004 to September 3rd. It lasted 3 days and involved the imprisonment of more than 1,100 people as hostages, including 777 children, ending with the death of 334 people, 180 of them children, as well as 31 of the attackers. It is considered the deadliest school shooting in history. Crisis began when a group of armed terrorists occupied school number 1 SNO in Beslan, North Ossetia, an autonomous republic in the North Caucasus region of Russia. on the 1st of September 2004. The hostage takers were members of Riyadh this is the Georgian thing, the Georgian war. I thought, was Georgia in motives, see motives and demands. Oh, was this like an Islamic? Oh, this is a it was sent by Chechen warlord who demanded Russia withdraw from and recognize the independence of Chechnya. Okay, I see. Okay, yeah, so this was like a terrorist attack done in response to Russia's occupation of Chechen wars. First, so there were 2 Chechen wars. First one, December 11th, 1994 to 31st of August, 1996. Did you just send me a video, SDA? You just like sent me an actual video on all of those deaths are the result of the Russian military and police. Oh, the Russian military, yeah, because they stormed the building. The second Chechen War is how Putin made his name. Yeah, because the first Chechen War was, I think, is there a result here? Dissolution of the Soviet Union, Chechnya came under the control of a secessionist regime. Russian President Boris Yeltsin supported the anti-government militias until 1994, when he launched a military operation to establish constitutional order in Chechnya. Thousands of Chechen civilians were killed in aerial bombings and urban warfare before Grozny was captured in March 1995, but a Russian victory was denied as efforts to establish control over the remaining lowlands and mountainous regions of Chechnya were met with fierce resistance and frequent surprise raised by Chechen guerrillas. Despite the killing, they killed the guy who was in charge, Dudayev, in a Russian airstrike. The recapture of Grozny by separatists in August led to that's my understanding of this. Is this war was basically stopped, and then Russia essentially went away, recharged their batteries, and they came back in the Second Chechen War to take over all of it, which is what people fear is going to happen in Ukraine. Okay. Oh, SDA sent me this video, which I can't watch without, so I'll just download it, I guess. And then we'll just open it in, I guess, this video. Is there any audio? The Russian government announced it would not. Oh, this is like a meme. Is there sound in this? I don't hear any, so. The Russian government announced it would not use force to rescue the hostages. There is, but I don't know why it didn't work. Hold on. I mean, wait, no, wrong thing. VLC is obviously the answer. It's the answer to everything. Yeah, I'm not hearing any sound. It's just meme music. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, I do think that this will be better, actually. Well, I don't care about the music necessarily. It's just really weird without it. Oh, this is from Non-Credible Defense. I love Non-Credible Defense. It's such a great, I'm the party starter. Oh, never mind. I don't want to get copyright struck. I didn't realize that the meme music was going to be... Yeah, so the hostage takers wrote, it would not force the rescue of the hostage. It would not use force to rescue the hostages. But then they did. Russian security forces stormed the building with tanks, incendiary rockets, and heavy weapons supported by a number of T-72 tanks from the Russia's 58th Army. Ha! Total disregard for human life, indiscriminate force. It was not a hostage rescue, but an army operation wiping out the terrorists. Use of heavy. 80% of the hostages were killed by indiscriminate Russian fire. Jesus Christ, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so the Russian forces basically went in there to quote-unquote rescue the hostages. Putin personally promised to hold an objective investigation. Russian prosecutors investigating the siege declared the authorities have made no mistakes whatsoever. Of course. The event had security and political repercussions, leading to a series of federal government reforms, strengthening the powers of the president of Russia. Wow. Fucking Putin. We showed ourselves to be weak, and the weak get beaten. God damn, I hate him so much. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I'll have to read more about that later. That's kind of fucking ridiculous. Yeah, half the hostages died because the Russians didn't give a fuck. Yeah. In April 2009, the operation in Chechnya officially ended. So Vladimir Putin was the president in the Second Chechen War, yeah? Yeah. Oh yeah, Boris Yeltsin and then Vladimir Putin. He became the president of Russia. In 2000. And he served till 2008. And then he became the prime minister of Russia from 2008 to 2012. Or wait, oh, before that, oh, he was the prime minister from 1999 to 2000. When Boris Yeltsin was president. Secretary of Security Council of the Russian Federation. Director of the Federal Security Services. Interesting. He was when he was president, Dmitry Medvedev was when he was prime minister, Dmitry Medvedev became president, and then like they switched. Just funny. This fucking guy. The Chechen mined the gym. They held the kid-ins. Spetsnaz knew they stormed anyway. Oh, geez. Yeah. Putin made himself prime minister due to constitutional term limits, but right before he made himself prime minister, he made the office of prime minister, which was much more powerful than it had been. Putin was able to get the Duma to repeal the constitutional term limits during his second run as president. I am not surprised by that. Yeah, he's basically just Russia's dictator. Oh, that's another thing. Laptoy denies that Putin's a dictator, which is ridiculous. But I think that he thinks Zelensky is illegitimate because something about the Ukrainian because he won't hold an election during the war, which is fucking insane. Yeah, so Gherkin served in the FSB, and then he was in the Chechen Wars. Oh, that was where he was called the head of Russia's Alexander Cherkasov, head of Russia's leading human rights group Memorial, is convinced that Igor Strelkov involved in Ukraine is the same person as a Russian military officer called Strelkov, who was identified as being directly responsible for at least 6 instances or 4 occasions of the forced disappearance and presumed murder of residents of Chechnya's mountain Vedensky district village of Katuna and nearby settlements. When Strelkov was attached to the 45th Detached Reconnaissance Regiment Special Forces Unit of the Russian airborne troops base near Katuni. I'm not even gonna, these fucking names, man, these names. That's interesting. So he may have been in the Chechen Wars, but yeah, he was definitely he was doing shit in Crimea. And then he captured Sloviansk. Gherkin said the head of the newly installed Russian government of Crimea, Sergei Aksyonov, I'm not even going to try, asked him to deal with the Donbas provinces of eastern Ukraine. Gherkin led a 50-strong unit of heavily armed Russian militants who captured the strategic town of Sloviansk in eastern Ukraine. They attacked and occupied the town's administration building, police station, and security service building, and set up roadblocks. Who currently has Sloviansk? Sloviansk was the focal point of the early stage of the war in the Donbass in 2014. Ukrainian forces then retook control of the city in July 2014, and since then, Sloviansk has been under Ukrainian control. Oh, okay, so the Russians never managed to take this back. Interesting. That's all the way up here. No, I don't need to stop. Okay, those are railways. Defense lines, show defense lines. Ooh, interesting. Okay, I just want to see Donetsk, Luhansk. So Sloviansk is up here somewhere. Oh, it's right here, Sloviansk. Oh yeah, Kramatorsk. I think Dylan described Kramatorsk as like a fortress. Strelkov's guys got really murdered there. It's northern Donbass, northeast of Pokrovsk. Yeah. Where was it that they there was another spot that I keep forgetting the name of. Oh, there's Pokrovsk. RIP. What was the name of that town that the Ukrainians basically were taking back? And then Zelensky lied about it. Or not Zelensky, sorry. They said Zelensky lied about it. I'm glad that Kherson is still okay. They haven't taken that back. In fact, they seem, although like it's also on the other side of the river too, so that's going to make it harder. Have they actually even managed to cross this river? Looks like they haven't. Zaporizhia. Oh, that's the Dnipro River. Understand when I use the word retarded, I don't mean it I'm surprised Vosh doesn't support Russia at this point, given that much of Russian logistics and even assaults involve the use of horses. Oh my God. Understand that when I use the word retarded, I don't mean it as an insult. I'm retarded on most affairs. All of us are only not retarded in areas where better educated. When it comes to Dylan Burns, he has a lot of retarded takes on actual scientific components of the conflict, as in he repeats a lot of things that the rank and file enlisted say that may not have the strongest support among the officer corps and more intellectual components of the security apparatus. So it's hard for me to watch those opinions. Oh, I mean, fair. Mind you, he's like one of the people that I like. I don't, if there's another person that you can recommend on the conflict besides Perron, because that guy is so fucking dry. What was the name? There was another town that oh, it was Kopiansk. That was it. It was this. Damn, they've there's still like pockets of like Russian resistance in there. This says unknown, so I'm guessing that, yeah, there still must be fighting. Actually, let's see what the Perron is the goat. I listen to him while I clean and get ready for work. You're lucky I'm not currently watching his video on Venezuela. Well, thanks for what? Oh, okay. I guess that they just don't have any information on like on the Perron is an example. For example, has no military science education. He does defense industrial planning, and that doesn't really touch the actual components of conflict, just the production scale. Isn't that mostly what he talks about? I don't think there are any influencers who have the education to talk about these situations at a very serious level, to be honest, and I don't mean that as an insult. Perron sounds like he served with the Aussies, not sure though. I don't know what you mean by another OSINT dude. He has attended some pretty interesting events, including US military war games. The only guy on YouTube I would say is a serious representation of the conflict would be the channel Ward Carroll. He has a retired United States naval officer. He is a retired United States naval officer who served in naval aviation. He flew the F-14A. Despite him being a sailor, which is a big character flaw and choosing the wrong service branch, he's a pretty serious individual and graduated from the Naval Academy. Procurement and logistics is fundamentally the most important part of conducting war. Oh boy, we might start getting into disagreement between the two of you here now. I mean, logistics is really important from what I understand. At least I feel like everybody says that constantly, unless that's wrong, but I don't know why it would be wrong. I mean, logistics matters a great deal. Logistics is everything. Okay, but counterpoint, actual US officers also have a particular view of the conflict in Ukraine, with them wanting Ukraine to conduct war just as the US does. I mean, do they? I'm back. I see a map. That makes me happy. Well, I'm glad you like maps, Short Stack Goblin. Direction of attack. Yeah, like they've liberated a whole shitload, and it feels like there's not a lot of. Oh yeah, then we've got some stuff coming in over here from Belarus. Or no, that's not Belarus. That's where is Belarus is over here. No, this is from Russia. Belgorod. I feel like so much of this just hasn't moved. It's kind of astonishing to me that people want me to believe that Ukraine is losing when it's so stalemated. Yeah, there's a more complicated story, the debate between the NATO officers. And the Ukrainian officers inside Ukraine, and I don't think the way to representing it here in chat is accurate. In a lot of these cases, American and British and French advisors have been proven correct over the last years. In the cases they haven't, it's largely because they assume that there would be more Western support to enable maneuver warfare in Ukraine. Russia cannot afford to lose the war or to end it. If the war ends, there is suddenly a flood of military-aged males returning to a floundering economy. That's what I keep hearing, and I hope that that is actually true. I would like very much for that to be true. And that would make sense with the fact that Russia is like, that Putin basically is just only giving, they just don't want to, all he ever does is pay lip service to, oh yeah, we might be able to make peace, but it's all just delaying. I mean, no disrespect, but looking at land and who owns land as who is winning is not really a good view of the conflict. Oh, I mean, yeah, that's fair. I don't know, like, what else would you say is a good view of the conflict, I guess? Like, I'm not sure how to judge it because I'm like a noob. Although it feels like a lot of other people who say that Ukraine is losing also look at this. Or I don't know what, or I guess that they just say that because that's what Russia says. I have no idea where like people are getting this from. It seems like a lot of people are just saying it's a stalemate right now. Because is this war not a war for territory? And if Ukraine, and if like Russia is taking forever to literally take anything, then isn't that kind of a, doesn't that say something? Like if they have to bleed for every inch of land that they take, every square kilometer, Right always looked at the map. That's why they keep saying Ukraine is losing. Of course, lines on a map is ultimately a stupid way to look at it. I mean, we are not privy to a lot of information to begin with. Best we can do is extrapolate. For Russia, this is a war for territory. For Ukraine, it's a war for survival. If Ukrainians lose the war, their government loses both internal and international solvency. Oh yeah, I know. I'm aware. And in order to hold Russia back, Ukraine has to take territory or stop Russia from taking territory. So what really matters is the core concept that's playing out. Ukraine and Russian leadership were both Soviet educated in the same academies. Oh, you're talking about their war leaderships? When it comes to Russia's strategy and Ukraine's, they're thinking along the lines of Soviet-style deep battle theory. When it comes to how deep battle plays out, the Ukrainians are practicing something called a defense in depth, Russia also doesn't have any clearly limited objectives in the war other than basically take all of Ukraine as a maximum. It seems like, didn't they not have like more limited, or I guess it's just speculation when people are saying that their goal is to cut off Ukraine's access to the sea. Like, well, except they can't really because, well, actually, no, they could. If they managed to get all the way over here, they could, but that would be a long way to go, and they're not even close. And it seems like they're also, that they haven't managed to get over the Dnipro River either. Like, and the one instance that they did, that territory was taken back earlier on. You could see the Soviets practice a defense in depth in response to Barbarossa. I want to be clear, I'm grossly oversimplifying here. So the Ukrainian strategy is essentially to trade land for Russian blood until the Russian system collapses somehow. Oh yeah, I did read that too. I think the Institute for the Study of War was saying that that was their strategy. Their strategy was to make Russia bleed and like to not give up land until Russia has bled a fuckload so that Russia deems it not worth it to continue. And the Russian strategy is to trade their blood for land until Ukraine collapses under the pressure. So when we're looking at who's winning, we should be looking at key indicators of who's closer to being unable to continue to support combat operations. The current operational tempo is not sustainable in the long term for both sides. Eventually, one side is going to have to stop operating at this tempo. That would require either negotiating peace or allowing the enemy to make significant breakthroughs. The most generous interpretation is to take as much territory as possible and then ensure they can retain as much of Crimea and connected land masses along the Black Sea as possible. Yes, the general staff in both countries are educated in the Soviet Union. Okay. Hey, Short Stack Goblin. There was actually a map on the wall of a general during the interview that showed that the blocking of the sea. Oh, okay. Is that where that came from? I mean, that was something that I heard from Dylan, and I'm guessing that that was, I guess it was leaked by accident or something. Oh, they've also got Transnistria here. That's kind of interesting. These guys are kind of cheeky. They'll mark territory that's been held by Russia since the 1940s as occupied. I mean, Epic, is there a place where I can read about this stuff? Although I feel like it would get like insanely complicated. I mean, listen, I'm a dumbass when it comes to war shit, okay? I didn't know about encirclement until I read a book until I read like the first book that I ever read that detailed like battles in World War II when I was at university. I have like a child's understanding of fucking warfare shit. There are leaked Soviet-Russian war manuals. Cheeky, is China changing their published maps to claim internationally recognized Russian territory as their own? Because the war won't end with a breakthrough where one side seizes the other's capital. It will end where one side can no longer wage industrial warfare. 411 sides loses the political will to do so, or when one side. Yeah, okay. So you're saying it's a war of attrition. That's what they call a war of attrition, right? Like World War I kind of became that, where it became about like whoever runs out of like people and equipment, mainly people first, would have lost. And the reason why the Allies didn't lose is because the Big Daddy America showed up and bailed them out with like a whole bunch of like with a, you know, a bunch of new resources and men, and that was essentially what it had turned into. It was like a slog, and it seems like this is the same kind of shit. Would that be the correct way to describe this? A war of attrition, and that's kind of the tactics that Ukraine is employing here. Make it not worth it. a fuck ton of Sherman tanks. Wait, were Sherman tanks a thing in World War II? Or World War I, rather? Tanks were, like, kind of shitty in World War I. Russia breaks silence over China map claiming its territory. This is from 2023. Oh yeah, don't they have some issues, Russia and China? When you're talking about how to enter into this stuff, you mentioned the Institute for the Study of War. That would be a good place to condense these complex topics for a layman. Okay, yeah, I was looking at their stuff. They always release things for that, and they seem pretty good. If you want to think about higher academic level, then we would have to talk about inside service academies the Joint Chiefs do, or trained officers. I can recommend a series of books. I can also recommend lectures from the United States Naval War College that have been made public on YouTube. Oh, that might be neat. Oh, Sherman tanks were World War II through Korea. All right, yeah, that was not World War I. I did not think so. World War I's tanks were pretty shit, as far as I understand. The U.S. used tanks in World. Yes, I know that. Oh yeah. Of course, everyone used tanks in World War I. They just weren't great. I would not recommend looking at this outside of a defined lecture from a professional or a book written by an academic in the field, because the topics are too complex to be individually interpreted. It's not like legal theory, blah, blah. I mean, honestly, listen, if you're going to be this highfalutin about this, I totally get it. And it's fair because I'm usually one of the first people that says, like, listen, if you want to learn about history shit, then you should read books from historians. If you're going to read books, don't read books written by journalists instead. 1918 tanks were very effective weapons. Oh, I'm not saying they weren't effective. I'm just saying that they were shitty. At least that's my understanding. Oh man, look at him. Like, I mean, people still went into battle on horseback during World War I. The U.S. did not have any tanks in World War I that were deployed to combat. War of attrition is a colloquial term used more in pop culture, but the scientific term would be a static/positional war. U.S. troops did use British tanks. British Mark V tank. The Renault FT was the first modern tank. Oh my god, look at this fucking thing. That's funny. I bet that inside of these was not great. Oh, the Germans began development only in response to the appearance of Allied tanks on the battlefield. Whilst the Allies manufactured several thousand tanks during the war, Germany deployed only 18 of its own. Oh, well, that kind of fucked. Tank destroyed. Yeah, that was the thing about, like, a lot of, basically, most of what I know about World War I is shit that I remember learning in high school. And my understanding was that World War I was one of the first wars where like, it was so destructive because of the kinds of weapons that they had. But also prior to that war, I think, like, the dress rehearsal or the preview of, like, what these kinds of weapons can do came in, like, it was either the Austro-Prussian War. If you do want a YouTube resource that's easy to access, the best one I would recommend in good faith would be Pax Americana. He is an actual academic that runs into YouTube channel that's low barrier. He has done a series of online lectures about different theories of conflict. Interesting. Kalinda, you should unironically read Clausewitz. Oh, yes, maybe. I've heard of that guy. It's kind of funny and infuriating. German tank tactics were actually just entirely a copy of the tactics cooked up by a British World War I tanker who was ignored by the British officer corps. Oh, wait, you mean German tank tactics in World War II? Like the Blitzkrieg shit? It's not a copy, for fuck's sakes. Wait, what? Okay. Russo-Japanese War is probably what you mean. Oh no, the Russo-Japanese War was another prelude. Actually, that might have been it, because that was like the Japanese, didn't they use like fucking human wave tactics during that shit? Wasn't Blitzkrieg the whole entire book Guderian wrote? Maybe? I just know that that was like a that was a type of warfare. Lightning warfare. Lightning war is what it is, the translation. That's what it like that the Germans used. If you want to read military science, the founder of the field is von Clausewitz. His first book on war is considered the foundational work of the field of military science. I mean, not exactly. That would assume that Guderian was the proponent of blitzkrieg, which is not true. The scientific approach to warfare originated in impression academies during the 18th century, and the first military science class on war is required reading for all U.S. service academies. Interesting. Okay, I think we're getting a little too far. I'm not going to like read this much into this. Jesus. I'm just kind of curious about like, we need to get kind of like a basic understanding. But I've got so much shit that I need to research already. I only have so much in me. Blitzkrieg inside the field is actually known as maneuver warfare. Blitzkrieg is a propaganda term invented by the... Yeah, of course. Yeah, because they, you know... This is what happens when you get a bunch of parasocial history geeks in your chat. Hey, I love it. I don't mind it. That's cool. I'm just not gonna necessarily go that far with doing like shitloads of research into literally everything. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we've kind of gotten off track here. I've got a whole bunch of shit. Russia breaks silence over China map claiming its territory. The Russian Foreign Ministry has rejected China's apparent claim of ownership over a disputed island that has been the source of tension between Moscow and Beijing for decades. Isn't there like other shit that these guys have basically been fighting about? But not like really fighting about? The Black Bear Islands. Russian and Chinese sides adhere to the common position that the border issue between our countries has been finally resolved. Its settlement was marked by the ratification in 2005 of the supplementary agreement. On the Russian-Chinese state border on the eastern part, according to the whole okay, I mean, god damn it. I'm getting like so far off track. I don't even know why I'm looking at all this extra shit. If you're curious about Russia-China competition, there is a lecture on YouTube that's about 40 minutes from a United States Naval War College professor about the topic that is fantastic. Maybe later. Jesus, there's so much stuff. I'm still upset that Loner didn't read about it for IP stuff. Oh yeah, let's talk about the Crimean War. That was not about Crimea at all. Oh, I feel like I keep hearing about the Crimean War. If you want something to watch on stream and you're learning about the topic, it's probably something that would match well with your platform. Yeah, potentially. I feel like some stuff like that I might take notes on, but we'll see. And usually if I take notes, I dictate them, and I feel like it's weird to stream that. Linda, I have an election next Sunday. I need you to tell me who to vote for. I've been distracted by the Trump/Putin/BB to watch my country. Wait, what? Oh, you're in Portugal. I don't vote for the candidate that's not fucking, vote for the candidate that's most likely to win, who isn't the fucking crazy populist candidate who wants to end all immigration. Crimean War was about Palestine, and it ended up with Hungary being treated what it meant. What? It was in Crimea. 1853 to 1856. So this is one of those old things. Okay, stop. We're getting way off track. I'm actually probably going to end soon because I want to have some lunch and I need to go to the store. I'm surprised that Loner's not live yet, but I feel like he might be soon. But yeah. Oh, hey, Machado is actually going to meet with Trump on Thursday. Maybe she'll manage to convince him to let her, or like to help her out in becoming leader of her country or returning or something. Yeah, I think we overwhelmed her, the last veteran of the... I mean, I'm just not sure about doing research on stream yet. It's just harder for me to do it. And I also feel like it's not particularly good content. It's one of those things that I feel like I'd rather just do it off stream. Where is Macron? Where is my goat? What about Macron? No, they are just meeting so she can hand over the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, I don't know. I feel like if that's what she needs to do, maybe she'll do that. But that's so stupid. He's such a goddamn child. He's just the biggest baby in the world. It's kind of insane, honestly. Really can't hand over the Nobel Peace Prize. That isn't how that works. Yeah, I know that. Of course not, because it has to be issued directly by the Nobel Committee. And also it's got her name written on it and not his, and it just doesn't work like that. To be fair, she does not deserve it either. I mean, I have no idea. Like, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know who else they could have given it to realistically. Manifesting President Newsom right now. Trump said that she just wanted to hand him the Nobel Prize and get power in exchange. Of course he fucking said that. Jesus, he's so fucking stupid. Should have given it to Zelensky. Yeah, but that's not what that's not what it's for. Why do things off stream? Just put your life on the internet and work for Destiny. No. Absolutely not. Fuck that. I don't think that doing research is very good content. And right now I can't afford to do shit on stream that's basically going to make everybody leave and go elsewhere when I'm trying to like grow my stream and get viewership. So I feel like most of what I do on stream should be stuff related to viewership, okay? I'm not Loner or Destiny. I can't afford to like tank my view count in order to just do dumb shit. And also I would probably be better off, like I'll be able to do research faster if I do it off stream. But what Trump says in reality is two different things. It's his right to free speech. We just don't see presidents be like that often. Okay. By the way, while I am partial to your perspective, ultimately, even a lot of military personnel are clueless about, oh, you're talking to tear gas. Before you go, push the publish button on that video, Pelinda. Oh yeah, be sure to. I haven't. I still need to make a thumbnail for it. That's the other thing. I'm always. I finish editing the video and I'm like, okay, cool, based, and then I go, oh god, I have to make a fucking YouTube thumbnail now, and I kind of get stalled because I hate doing that. No, I was not being sarcastic. It's just I need to make a thumbnail. So like, yeah, if y'all want to like bother me to do that, and I absolutely will do it. Hold on. Okay. I mean, guys with 3 to 4 PhDs, sure, but not. Okay. No, Chase, I'm just about to end. I was basically just doing Ukraine research, but it's really not much. I need to do this off stream. Like, I don't think that I can, my ADHD is way too strong for me to like be trying to stream and do research at the same time. I think most of what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bunch of off-stream research, and then like the last step in my preparation is going to be me watching like Lactroid's other debates on this subject, or listening to things that he has to say on this particular subject, because I think he does streams himself. Can't wait for the Trump class battleship. Jesus Christ, why the fuck did he have to call it that? Anyway, you guys have a good one. I might go take a nap because I'm tired. And I'm also gonna have some lunch as well. And we'll see what's going on with Hutch's stream, because he's streaming right now. I'm sure Loner's going to be live later, even if he at the latest is live at 6 p.m., but I don't actually know. Yeah, you are welcome. I feel like we didn't do too much today, but you know, anyway. Have a good one, friends. Bye.